Hey my pretty audience, this is Midnight Swan, an audiobook channel for Twilight fictions. Today, we're reading What If the Volturi Queens Stole Bella from Edward. You can also share what kind of fictions you'd like to listen to. Till then, don't forget to subscribe for notifications. Make sure to watch today's video till the end. Let's get started. I can see Edward just across the courtyard, just barely visible through the mass of people in red capes, about to step out into the sun. I pushed myself to run harder and faster while praying I don't trip. I can hear the clock chiming just like Alice told me it would. I pushed someone out of my way, without even tossing out an apology, as I saw Edward start to slowly unbutton his shirt as he continued his slow descent into the sunlight. If I wasn't running trying to save his life, I would have taken the time to admire his toned upper body. As it is, I don't have to time. Almost like it was purposefully perfect timing. Which it probably was since Alice was involved, and just overall meant to be. Just as Edward stepped into the sun and his body started to glitter, I ran the final steps to him and lunged at him. At first Edward didn't move at all, almost like he didn't even register that I had run into him. Up to this point I hadn't said a thing, concerned that if I did, someone would look at him. I was already bringing enough attention to me with running through people. Edward, I said as I did all I could with my mere human strength to push him back into the shadows. My hands wrapped around his waist and I did my best to position my body in front of him to try and hide it from the sun the best I can. Hearing my voice must have finally clued him in that I am in fact in his arms again, as I should be and not just some figment of his imagination. Edward's arms wrapped around me and he seemingly stumbled backwards into the safe shadows again before anyone could see him. I tightened my grip around him now that I know he's safe. Bella, Edward sighed, sounding very relieved. I felt him lower his head as he sniffed my hair, probably taking in my scent that he's gone so long without. I'd have found it creepy if I wasn't doing the same to his chest. I had almost forgotten what he smelled like. Unfortunately our reunion was short-lived. I felt Edward tense before he turned around to face the shadows of the hallway behind us. He kept a possessive arm around me and kept me tucked safely to his side. This can only mean one thing: a vampire was coming and it isn't Alice. I no longer need your services. I'll be leaving the city shortly. Edward sighed, his politeness sounding forced. From the shadows came two cloaked figures, one slightly taller than the other. In unison they both lowered the hoods of their cloaks to reveal their faces to me. Both males seem really serious, but the slightly taller seems to have a mischievous glimmer in his eyes. They must be members of the Volturi. I guard that Edward had told me about when had first started going out. They certainly do look like Edward sighed. They do, fierce and unforgiving. As nice as that would be, your presence is requested, the shorter man said. Just by the tone of his voice, even though he said Edward was only requested, it seems as if Edward doesn't really have a choice. Then I will have to respectfully decline the request. Edward sighed through gritted teeth. Both men narrowed their eyes at Edward, clearly they didn't want to hear that answer. With his arm still around me, Edward stepped slightly in front of me, a sign of him protecting me. That wouldn't be wise, the taller man said, equally as upset as Edward. Edward tilted his head down and in my direction, but he made sure to keep an eye on the other two, but apparently wanted to make sure that he's now talking to me. Go and enjoy the festival, Alice will meet you shortly. Edward sighed with a small, tight smile. All three of you will follow us to the throne room, the shorter one said, not at all hiding his annoyance of Edward trying to get out of this. She has nothing to do with this. I will follow you and Alice will meet us there. Edward sighed, like he was trying to haggle my way out of going with them. From what I recall of the little Edward told me about the Volturi, Edward won't win this haggle. The Volturi seem to always get what they want. You came here to kill yourself because of her. It has everything to do with her, the shorter one said, anger now slipping into his voice. Edward growled threateningly to the two guards. He crouched down slightly as if preparing to run at them. He released his arm from around me and stood even more in front of me. Answering Edward's growl, the two guards crouched slightly as if preparing for a fight as well. Before either could move, someone joined us. Boys, let's calm down and not fight in front of ladies, it's not proper. Alice said with her usual knowing smirk as she walked towards while taking off her gloves since she's now in the shadows. We seem to be gathering an audience. We don't. Bella and I go and enjoy the festival since she's never seen it, and Edward can go and resolve any problems there may be. This way, we all remain undetected, Alice said, clearly using every vampire's need to remain unknown to her advantage. That is not an option, the shorter one said as he and his fellow guards stood from their crouch. Though Edward stayed put. How so, Dimitri? Edward was the one that had the request, not Bella or I. Alice said in an innocent tone as she reached us. Alice stood on my other side, opposite from Edward, but slightly in front of me as well. She's making sure that in case a fight does break out, I will at least have a chance to escape to the crowd. Before Dimitri or the other guard could answer, another figure came from the shadows. Since this also appeared from behind the two guards, I assume it's another guard member. Jane, Edward hissed as the figure finally came into enough light for me to see. What is taking so long, Felix, Dimitri? You should have already delivered them, Jane said in a serious tone. Looking at her, I would think she's as old as me, if not just a little younger. Her tone, though, it held serious power behind, as evident by the way everyone reacted to her. We were just about to leave, Felix said while smugly smirking to Edward. Edward growled under his breath, but didn't say anything. Without a word, Felix and Dimitri lead the way into the shadows. Edward, Alice and I followed after them, and Jane behind us. Edward seemed hesitant to allow Jane to be behind us, but he didn't have much of a choice since she didn't move until we passed her. Dimitri and Felix walked at a human pace just for me and led us to what seemed to be a random hole. It was so dark that I couldn't see the bottom of it. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to go down there. But since both Dimitri and Felix jumped down there without hesitation, I knew I don't have a choice about following them down. Sensing my hesitation about jumping, Edward spoke up. Don't worry, love, Alice will go first and catch you. Then I'll be right behind you. We won't let anything happen I promise. Edward sighed in a loving voice that I know to trust. Just wait 3 seconds and then jump, Alice said, then after giving my hand a quick reassuring squeeze, jumped into the giant pit. Okay, I said, barely managing that much through my fear of what's about to happen when we meet the leaders. I had seen a picture of the Volturi leaders in Carlyle's study, and just based off of what Edward Rode has said about them and just how the picture portrayed them, I'm not sure if we'll get out here. I'm hoping with Alice and Edward's power, we should be able to. After counting to 3 in my head, I gave Edward a hug like it might be my last and hesitantly jumped after Alice. The ride down wasn't nearly as long as I thought it was going to be. In seconds I was already in Alice's arms, and she was quickly moving away from where she caught and letting me back on the ground. Once I had both feet on the ground, both Edward and Jane were with us, and we were off again following Dimitri and Felix. Edward wrapped his arm around me and once again tucked me into his side as Alice walked on my other side. After a while of walking in silence, we surprisingly reached an elevator. All of us piled in with the 2 male guards in back. Us 3 in middle and Jane in front. There's something I should tell you so you won't be surprised, Bella, Edward sighed in a whispered voice, though we both knew very well that everyone in the elevator can hear him. What is it? I said nervously, afraid that this is the moment that Edward confirms my fears and tells me that we really won't make it out of here. That picture you saw in Carlyle's office. That wasn't of the leaders, Edward whispered into my ear. Who were they? I asked, confused about why he would have lied about they were a passing phase of the real leaders. They aren't even alive anymore, Edward sighed. Before I could ask about who the real leaders are, the elevator doors opened and we all filed out, this time Jane leading us. I would have asked more about it, but I was too busy looking around the hall we just walked into. This hall seems a lot more welcoming than the tunnels we were just in. In fact, the decor reminds me of something straight out of Castle from medieval times. Knowing how old the leaders of the Volturi are, if Edward was telling the truth about that, of course, I wouldn't be surprised if the decor really is from medieval times. They are expecting us, Jane said as we entered what looked to seem a type of reception room. Off to the side there was an actual human working behind a desk. She didn't seem at all scared or rious about the red and golden-eyed vampires. In fact, It almost seems like she knows. Does she know? I whispered to Edward, knowing he would know what I mean. Yes, was his simple reply. Jane opened large doors that looked like it would be too heavy for a human to open, but of course Jane was able to open them without a problem. Jane led us all inside. Edward, Alice and I followed at a slower pace than Jane to the center of the room. Felix and Dimitri closed the doors behind us and slipped of the side. Edward pushed me more behind him and tightened his grip on my hand, not enough to hurt but enough to tell me he was worried. At the other end of the room sat 3 ornately designed thrones. In front of the thrones there stood 3 women who all seemed to be talking. One woman had long black hair that flowed freely down her back. She was dressed in a dark black dress that was highlighted with scattering red. The dress seemed to come from another age, just like all 3 of their clothes. Another woman, a blonde-haired one with equally long hair that was tied in a loose ponytail, was dressed in men's clothes. Not that I have anything against women wearing pants and such, since that's basically all I wear also. But these were clearly clothes from another century that only men wore. Her clothes though were a lighter color, I assume to complement her hair color. The last woman, the woman in the center of the trio and the only one that I couldn't even get a glimpse of her face, was another fair-haired woman who also had her hair in a tight bun on top of her though if I had to guess I would say it's just as long as the others. She was also dressed in a dress, though it didn't flow as much as the other, it still seemed like something from an entirely different generation. I have brought them mistresses, Jane said as she walked closer to the 3 women. Mistresses? Are they the leaders of the Volturi? Is that what Edward was trying to tell me, that the leaders of the Fae Ared Volturi were in fact female and not male? Why would Edward lie about that? The woman in the middle turned around and clasped her hands in front of as she smiled at Jane. Jane bowed towards the women and stayed there as the middle woman spoke. Wonderful, we were starting to wonder what was taking so long. We had hoped you hadn't left already, Edward, the woman said, turning her attention from Jane, which I guess Jane took as a dismissal because she stood straight then moved off to the side, to Edward. So this is the Bella that I've heard so much about, the woman said as all 3 women turned their gazes on me. Fascinating, the black-haired woman said. At that statement, Edward started growling and pushed me further behind him to the point that I could almost not see around him. Edward, Alice said in a warning tone. If she had to say that out loud instead of in her head for Edward to hear, Edward must be very upset about something to have her speak out loud. This is definitely an interesting development, the other blonde-haired woman said. Was there something you wanted, or can the 3 of us leave now? Edward practically hissed to the woman. I don't think all 3 of you will be leaving, the middle woman said, her attention going back to Edward as she glared at him. Not all of us will be leaving. I felt my eyes grow wide in realization and fear. One of us will be killed. Either Edward, since he did ask and did almost break the law, or me because I'm human and shouldn't know about them. Shouldn't Alice have seen this and just had us make a run for it in the sun during the festival? I'm sure with the crowds we could have gotten away. I felt my heart start to race from the fear I'm feeling, and I just hope for once none of the vampires are paying attention to me. You have no right to keep us. We haven't broken any laws. Edward Said threw a growl. I'm sure you know that we do in fact have every right to do so, the second black-haired woman said. Come here, boy. I don't think you were entirely truthful when you first asked for death, the middle woman said. The woman held out her hand, clearly intending for Edward to take it. When Edward didn't move, the woman growled. Perhaps I should have Jane persuade you to do as I ask, the woman said kindly with her hand still held out towards Edward, but Edward stood firmly in place, only now he let go of my hand. Have it your way. Jane, be a dear and persuade Edward, please. Instantly Edward fell to his knees and started screaming in pain. I looked towards where I saw Jane go and saw her staring intently at Edward. Clearly her power is to somehow inflict pain on people without even having to touch them. I immediately screamed for them to let Edward go, and if it wasn't for Alice holding me back, I would have run to Edward. Please stop. Please, don't hurt him, I yelled to no one in particular. I kept my eyes trained on Edward as he convulsed in pain and just begged for anyone to stop his pain. That's enough, Jane, the black-haired woman quickly said after I started begging for them to stop. Once Jane released Edward, Alice released me and I ran to Edward and did all I could to help him back to his feet. "Are you okay?" I asked worriedly. "I don't see any wounds on him, but you never know." "I'll be fine," Edward sighed as he shakily stood back on his feet. Without saying a word, Edward left my grip and walked towards the woman that still had her hand outstretched for Edward. Once Edward was in reach, she quickly took his hand and closed her eyes. I felt Alice move to stand next to me and felt her lean in to whisper to me. "Sulpicia can read every thought you've ever had with just a single touch. She's reading all of Edward's thoughts now," Alice whispered to me. After just a few seconds of reading Edward's thoughts, Sulpicia threw hands away from her like it was on fire. Her face contorted to one of disgust and anger as she stared at him. "What did you see?" the other blonde-haired woman asked, her tone showing she's running short on patience. Ignoring the other blonde's request, Sulpicia spoke to Edward. "You knew the whole time yet you still planned to claim her. You even intended to allow her to die. That is unforgivable," Sulpicia yelled at Edward, her rage seemingly barely controlled. "She is mine. We are meant to be. Bella will always be mine," Edward yelled back. All four of them, the three Volturi leaders and Edward, started growling and seemed ready to attack one another. "She will never be yours," the black-haired woman yelled. I felt my heart rate increase as the situation escalated. I think this is the first time I'm actually afraid. Even with James the First wasn't this afraid because I knew what to expect with him. But now, I don't know what to think. What they're saying, G is confusing me and I don't understand it at all. We will discuss this later after we've had to think this all over. In the meantime, Edward, you will be in the dungeons with Alex as your guard. Alice, Bella, Jane will show you to some temporary rooms while we discuss things over and decide exactly what to do," Sulpicia said in a commanding voice. Edward, for a brief moment, looked like he was about to protest, but then nodded his head and followed behind another vampire that had just appeared. I wanted to protest as well because I just got Edward back and don't want to be separated from him again, and I really don't want him put in the dungeons. But I know that if Alice isn't saying anything to help save her brother, then there's probably nothing that can be said. "We will see you again in a couple hours at most. Until then, Bella," the other blonde-haired woman said with a gentle smile on her face. Alice wrapped her around my shoulders as a form of comfort and we followed Jane back out of the room and then down a different hallway from last time. Luckily, with how long these hallways are, our room that we would be waiting in wasn't far at all. Jane opened the door, let us in and said that she will get us with the mistresses are ready. "What's going to happen, Alice?" I begged her as soon as the door was closed behind Jane. Alice led me over to the bed in the room. "I'm sure it hasn't been used in centuries if it's even ever been used," and had us both sit down. "I'm not sure, Bella. We will have to wait and see," Alice said with a sigh. "Alice is my best friend and I can tell when she is lying. I know she's lying right now. But also because I'm her best friend, I also know that whatever it is she's keeping from is probably being kept for a reason and she won't tell me no matter how much I beg." "Who are those women?" I asked instead. "I at least want to know the names of the people that apparently are in control of our fate right now." "You know Sulpicia, the other blonde is Athenadora. The black-haired one is Didymu. She has the gift of seeing connections or relationships and the possible connections and relationships between people," Alice answered. I didn't bother asking anything. Else and Alice didn't bother saying anything. We both silently agreed to just wait for Jane to come get us and see what plays out. I had to wait though to see if things would turn out okay. At least Alice already knew if it would or not. I really hope time passes quickly until Jane comes for us. We were led to the same room as before when the queens had dismissed us. This time Athenadora and Yme were sitting on the two of the thrones, leaving the middle one empty. Sulpicia stood a few feet in front of her throne, her hands clasped in front of her. All three looked to be excited for what they have planned to happen. On the sides of the room stood several guard members. I can recognize Dimitri and of course Jane, but there are two others that I don't recognize. There's a boy that looks eerily similar to Jane. They look more similar to each other than vampires already do. Then there's a tall brunette that seems her looks can even put Rosalie's looks to shame. All four of them were standing off to the side. Jane and the two unknown vampires to one side and Dimitrov on the other side of the thrones. Alice and I were led to stand in the middle of the room before Jane left to go stand by the other guard members. No one said anything as we stood waiting for one of the three rulers to do something. I did everything I could to stand still, just like all the vampires in the room, but I couldn't but fidget. I feel anxious just waiting here for something either good or bad to happen. I hate not knowing. I was seriously starting to contemplate asking Alice how much longer we would have to wait. Even knowing everyone would hear the question, when the doors we had just entered were slammed open. I didn't even know they were closed. "Thank you, Dimitri, for bringing our last guest," Sulpicia said. Without even having to turn around, I knew who she meant. I could practically feel who she meant. Edward was instantly by my side and had his arm protectively around my shoulders. I wrapped my arms around him and pressed my face into him so that I can smell his calming scent. His scent didn't seem to calm me as much as it has in the past, but it still helped. "Have you decided what you're going to do yet?" Edward all but growled out to the three women. "Like you don't already know," Athenadora said in a mocking tone. I peered slightly away from Edward's chest and saw that she had a SMIRK on her face that told us she's clearly trying to piss Edward off. "I won't let you." "She won't agree," Edward said with a triumphant smirk. I pulled slightly away from, as far as his arm around me would allow me, and gave him a confused look. I really want him to explain what he means by, "She won't agree," but I know he won't answer me. Not when everyone in the room can hear what he would whisper to me. "Well, see, but we have other matters to deal with first," Diddum said with a smile that made me nervous. "Yes we do. Like why, dear Edward, did you wish to kill yourself?" Sulpicia asked as she took a couple steps closer to us. Before Edward answered, he repositioned me so that I was at his side again with him slightly in front of me. He kept one arm around me in a protective manner that makes me slightly more afraid of what's about to unfold. "Because I thought I had lost Bella," Edward said, his voice full of sadness. "I hate to be the cause of it, and I'm glad I was able to fix it." "Didn't you technically lose Bella the day you left her?" "Why come now?" Diddum asked in a curious tone. "I came because I thought my mate was dead, and if she had been, I don't want to live a life without her," Edward said, his voice full of conviction. Hearing Edward say this made my hair swell. It just shows how much Edward truly loves me. "I don't understand though," Sulpicia said as she brought a finger up to her chin to accentuate her confusion. "You left her, so she wasn't going to be in your life anymore anyways. It's the same thing." "What changed your mind all of a sudden?" Sulpicia asked. Edward growled at her question. "Probably because he doesn't like to hear about me being dead or about him leaving me. The difference was her being dead and being alive," Edward said. "I can tell he's starting to lose any control on his temper. I would too if I was being questioned about my love for him. The moment you left her though, she was dead to you anyways. You left her, you left your mate alone. What couple have you ever encountered would ever willingly leave their mate? Especially after only just finding them, since I believe your relationship was not that old?" Sulpicia asked, her tone becoming edgier. He placed both her hands behind her back and took a couple more steps closer to us. I could feel Edward tense at her movements, and it seemed almost as if he wanted to take a step backwards, but he stood still. The only action he took was tightening his hold on me, which caused me to hiss slightly in pain. "Watch it, boy," Athenadora warned Edward with narrowed eyes. "I don't have to explain anything to you. I broke no law." Edward said confidently and thankfully loosened his grip on me. "Wrong. You have to explain everything to us. You took something that doesn't belong to you," Sulpicia said as she took another step closer to us. "We don't share too well, Edward, so you better tread carefully," Diddum warned. "She doesn't seem as mad as the other two, that or she's able to hide her emotions better than Sulpicia and Athenadora. Bella is my mate and we love each other, we belong together." Edward hissed to the women. "You were wrong and you know it. You know the difference between a mating bond and a la tua contante bond are different yet similar things. You've seen it in your own coven. You've read their minds to know better, yet you continue to lie to yourself. You are pathetic and it ends here," Sulpicia said as she took yet another step closer to us. "She's now just a couple paces away from us and I don't know if I like that or not. We love each other. Edward yelled out. We are not disputing that. I can clearly see you both have deep emotions for each other, and that's what makes this so much more difficult. She is not yours and she will not be returning with you too. Diddum said in an almost bored tone. It seems as if she's done with this conversation, but if I look a little deeper into her eyes I can tell that she's still very much interested. I know that they are talking about me, but I don't understand why. I know, thanks to Rosalie, that the Cullens shouldn't have allowed me to figure them out because it's against the rules. But surely they can make an exception because we love each other and I haven't and won't tell anyone. Are they going to kill me for knowing their secret? Are they going to force me to turn right now? Are they going to just make me stay here? I don't get what they want with me. I just want to go home and have things return to the way they were. I want to go home to Charlie and let him know I'm okay. I want to apologize for just leaving like I did. I want to make sure he knows what an amazing dad he is. I don't want to die without him knowing that. I can't die and leave him with no way of knowing how, leaving him with no closure. I want to see all the Cullens again. They are my second family and I miss them all, even Rosalie. I want to be able to just be around them again and just feel the love that they clearly have for everyone. I just want to forget about them ever leaving and things to go back to how it was. I don't want whatever it is that's happening right now. I don't want it at all. She is mine, Edward yelled before he started growling again. Edward once again tightened his grip on me and once again it was too tight, even tighter than last time. I hissed in pain again as I watched the scene unfold in front of me. What took place next confused me. Edward, stop! Alice shouted the moment I hissed in pain. Sulpicia bolted from her spot and too quickly for me to see, had me separated from Edward and placed me with Athenadora and Diddum, who were now standing in front of the thrones. Sulpicia had Edward pushed up against one of the tall pillars in the room and her hand around his neck. Edward was thrashing around trying to get Sulpicia away from him, but she wasn't budging at all. You know very well that she isn't yours. You knew from the beginning she isn't yours. As soon as all three of you walked in here, you knew who she belonged to. Yet you still put a claim on her. Your stupidity baffles me, Sulpicia said in a low, threatening tone. It's disgusting that you think she'll actually want to stay with you. Edward ate as his body slowly started to stop flailing. I guess he's just now figuring that he won't be able to escape her grasp. I wonder how strong she is to not even seem to be putting up a struggle to keep him there. Even with his hands clawing at her. No, what's disgusting is that you thought you would get away with it. Athenadora said from next to me, causing Edward to growl. Sulpicia threw Edward to the side and walked towards me and the two other leaders. The moment Sulpicia turned her back, Edward took advantage of it. Just barely slow enough for me to see, I saw Edward run towards Sulpicia. By the look in his eyes, it's clear what he was planning to do. Edward, I shouted at the time Alice did. I may not know much about these vampires, but clearly with them being the leaders of vampires, they are strong and attacking them would just be stupid. Edward only managed to get halfway to Sulpicia from where she had tossed him before he collapsed. He started screaming, from being in obvious pain. I don't know what's hurting him, but just looking at the way his body is arching and thrashing around and off the ground, it's clear he's in a lot of pain. Sulpicia reached us with a smirk on her face. Once she was in front of me, she turned around to face the other people in the room. She placed her hands on her hips, and even though I'm not facing her, I can tell she's watching Edward and she's enjoying watching his pain. Stop, please, stop, I yelled as I tried to run over to Edward. I don't know what I would do once I got to him, but I had to do something. It seems I didn't have to worry about figuring out what to do when I got to him, because I couldn't even get past these women. I tried to move around Sulpicia, but Diddum grabbed arm and pulled me against her and kept me in her grasp. I tried to get away from her, but of course I didn't stand a chance. Edward, please, stop hurting him. I yelled again, tears starting to flow down my face from the frustration of not being able to help Edward and from Edward being in pain. I know what he did was stupid, he definitely shouldn't have attacked, but he should have just been restrained, not tortured. You can stop now, Jane. Diddum said from just behind me from where she still held me to her so I couldn't get away. If you try something like that again, we won't hesitate to kill you. Sulpicia said with venom in her voice. Felix, Restrain him, Athenadora commanded. Once Edward was on his feet, Felix had one of Edward's arms locked behind his back and one of Felix's hands was tightly around Edward's neck. Alice looked back and forth between Edward and me. But she didn't move. She actually seemed a little torn about what she wanted to do. You are to leave this place, Edward, and you are never welcomed back. Attacking one of us is punishable by death. Be lucky we are restraining ourselves. Sulpicia said. Alice, you will escort Edward back to your coven and you are to tell them exactly what Edward has done. Diddum said. Based off of what I can tell, he acted alone. I would hate for that to change. Sulpicia said, the warning clear in her tone. I don't know exactly what Edward did, I have an idea, but I'm still a little in the dark. All I know is that I want to go home to Forks and forget this all ever happened. Edward, you claimed Bella as your mate when you perfectly well she never was and never will be. What makes your crime unforgivable is that you still claim her to be in front of us. Diddum hissed at Edward. Edward's not my mate. That can't be right. We are meant to be together. We love each other. His whole family even said we are mates. All of them couldn't have been wrong. I know we're mates. That's why it hurt so much when he left, because I can't be away from him. Diddum can't be right. No, that's not right. I barely managed to say through the panic that's starting to set it. I know Edward and I are meant to be, we have to be. Care to explain what proves he's not, dear Alice? Sulpicia asked, still with her back to me. All three women subtly moved closer to me as I felt my heart race faster and faster at what's going on around me. Diddum's arms became more of a comfort instead of a restraint. She started to, just slightly, rub her hands up and down my arms, but she kept a hold on them so I still couldn't get away from her. I'm sorry, Bella. I didn't know and I didn't think about until after it all happened. Alice said as she took a small step towards. Sulpicia and Athenadora growled just loud enough for me to hear, but even I could hear the warning in it. So, Alice took a step back to her original position. Mates can't leave each other like Edward did to you. He left knowing it would hurt you. That's impossible for mates to do. I swear if I would have known how hurt you would have been, I would have come back. Alice said. She looked like if she could, she would be crying right now. I felt tears leave my own eyes at her admission. Edward's not my mate. I don't know if I want to believe that or not. I've spent all this time with him. I've fallen in love with him. I don't want to lose him. I felt my body go lax in any attempt I had been doing in trying to get away from Diddum completely stopped as the realization of what's going hit me. Edward isn't mine. He never was. As you already know, Bella, you are his singer. Edward knew better, but he still allowed himself to be trapped. In what countless vampires have trapped themselves in, a fruitless relationship with a human. If you had ever been turned, which we would have made you after speaking with Edward, you would have instantly realized you aren't mates while Edward continued thinking you two are. Since he planned on never turning you, we would have had to have sent a guard to kill you. Sulpicia said, still sounding very angry and still glaring at Edward. Now that we've had the pleasure to meet you though, the only way you will be killed is by our venom. Athenadora said, making my eyes go wide as I realized what she was saying. Thinking over everything I've heard them and Edward say, now it all makes sense. The reason we haven't been sent home with promise of me being turned or me either being turned here or being killed is because of these three women. They all think they are my mates. They can't be. Vampires only have one mate, a mate of the opposite sex. Isn't the purpose of mates to actually mate with the other and produce offspring? I know vampires can't have kids, but the logic is still the same. It has to. I can't be mated to 3 female vampires. That's not possible. Felix, Dimitri, please escort Edward and Alice to the airport and ensure they get on the plane and stay there until it's off ground. Diddum said, I want to go with them. I demanded through tears as I once again found strength to at least try to get away from Diddum. You will not go with them, but you can say goodbye. Athenadora said in an authoritative voice that made me want to go with Edward and Alice that much more. As soon as Diddum released me, I ran towards Edward. Before I could get to Edward, who was still retrained by Felix, Alice appeared in front of me and wrapped me into a tight hug. Bella, I can never say how sorry I am. Please, if I had known. I swear I wouldn't have left. Alice said, begging for forgiveness. I know, Alice, it's all right, I promise. At least you came back, I said as I wrapped my arms around her in a tight hug as well. It took Alice thinking I had killed myself and she had actually come back to only verify what she saw, but still, she came back. Edward should have known what it would do to me, he should have come back. In fact, he should have never left. You'll be fine here, I promise. And I'll call whenever I can and I'll visit whenever I'm allowed, I promise. Alice said as she pulled Ed slightly away from me so that I can see her face again. She still looked like she was about to cry, but she had a small smile on her face now. Those terms will be discussed later, Alice. Sulpicia said, really annoying me. How can they force me to stay here, against my will, and then not even let someone call or visit me when they can? Which Alice should be able to do frequently because the Cullens are in no way lacking in funds. I shouldn't have to be left here alone with strange, red-eyed vampires. You'll be fine, I promise. Alice said once again with a slightly bigger smile. The look in her eyes told me that she must have seen a vision because her eyes held the usual confidence from when she knows something and the rest of us don't. Once Alice let me go, I went straight to Edward. I hugged him as tight as I could. Felix still wouldn't let him, so the hug was awkward, but I still enjoyed it. I love him, even with all his faults. He might not be my mate, but I still love him. Don't worry, Bella, I'll do everything I can to get you back. Edward sighed when he lowered his head to mine, or at least lowered his head as much as he could while Felix still held onto his neck. Because I was so close to him, I heard Felix snort in disagreement with Edward. You know the laws, Athenadora growled out in a warning tone. I love you, Bella. Never forget that, we are meant to be together. Edward said just as Felix started to roughly pull him away from me. Edward tried to fight against him, but it wasn't any use. Felix is clearly much stronger than Edward. Alice followed after them after give me one last quick hug. Neither of them looked back as they disappeared down a hall past the receptionist's desk. Jane, please show Bella to where she will be staying for now. We have important things to go over immediately with our new guest, Sulpicia said in cheerful tone that seemed as if what had just happened did not bother her at all. Jane appeared in front of me and led me towards doors that were behind the thrones. I felt all three sets of eyes from the women on me until the door closed behind me. As I followed Jane down the hall, I felt my heart grow heavier and heavier. I went from becoming an adrenaline junkie just so I can see Edward's ghost and hear his voice, to nearly dying. From there I was elated when I saw Alice waiting for me. I didn't even really mind that the reason she came was only because she thought I was dead. The fact that she came was enough for me. Then the call came. If only Jacob had just phrased what he said differently or let me answer the phone since I lived there, not him. This could have been avoided. We would have never gone to Italy. That whole trip I felt very anxious, nervous and afraid. I was anxious first getting to the next place on time. I was anxious for Alice's next vision to arrive. I was nervous of us not getting there in time. Every time Alice got a vision, I was afraid she was going to tell me that we were too late. I was afraid because I didn't want to lose Edward. Not again. Then we actually got to Volterra. This whole time from saving Edward to watching him leave has been one giant roller coaster of emotions. The ride I've been on has completely exhausted me. But I can't give up. I know now that Edward and I aren't mates, I get that. He lied about it, I get that as well. He shouldn't have lied. But we love each other. We fell in love. Doesn't that count for anything? I don't want anything to do with these women. I don't know them and I feel nothing for them but loathing for taking Edward away from me and for forcing me to stay here. I have a life in Forks. Granted, that life was all but destroyed with how I've acted lately, but I've still got Charlie there. Oh God, I can't believe throughout this whole thing I haven't once thought about him and Renee. What am I going to do about them? Surely the Cullens can't go back and say something happened to me and they got away just fine. Jake knows I left with Alice to get Edward, he knows where I am. What if he tries to come after me when I don't come home? Jake aside, what am I going to do about Charlie and Renee? Are they going to be told I'm dead? Are they going to be told anything? I can't do that to them, I have to somehow talk to them. Jane stopped walking at the end of the long hallway. We had only passed 2 other doors and now we stopped by 2 doors on opposite sides of each other. This hall seems ridiculously long for only 4 rooms. This will be your room, Jane said in a tone that made it seem like she's bored with what she's doing. At Saint, she's not talking to me with the hateful scorn she had talked with before. I looked in the room and I instantly knew why there are only 4 rooms down this hall, at least I do if this room is anything to go by. The room is huge, larger than any of the Cullens' rooms. Then again, this is a castle for the rulers of vampires, so I guess it would be big. There isn't a lot of modern technology, but enough to pretend that someone at least tried to keep up with the times. There was only a large TV, larger than what the Cullens had in their living room, and an alarm clock, but that's it. Even the lighting was old-fashioned. Most of the light was coming from the big window that took up most of one wall that led out to a balcony. I can only assume the fireplace and scattered candles are enough to keep this place well lit at night. I hope, just based off of what I see and hear, that at least the bathroom has been kept up to date with the times. The mistresses expect you are tired from both our trip and the ordeal you recently went through. They anticipate you taking a short nap and then speaking with them when you wake up. Is that all right with you? Jane asked, breaking me away from looking over the room. I wonder what she would do if I said it's not all right. She doesn't seem like she wants that answer at all. That's okay, I said, not at all willing to test Jane's patience today. The bathroom is through there and there is minimal sleepwear through there in the closet. I will stand guard at your door until you decide to leave, so if you need anything, just ask. Jane said before losing the door before I could ask her anything. For now, I guess I'll just take a nap, and when I wake up, hopefully things will start to go my way. Wrong. You have to explain everything to us. You took something that doesn't belong to you. We don't share to well, Edward, so you better tread carefully. Bella is my mate and we love each other, we belong together. Edward hissed to the women. You were wrong and you know it. You know the difference between a mating bond and a la to a contente bond are different yet similar things. You've seen it in your own coven. You've read their minds to know better, yet you continue to lie to yourself. You are pathetic and it ends here. She is not yours and she will not be returning with you too. You know very well that she isn't yours. You knew from the beginning she isn't yours. As soon as all 3 of you walked in here, you knew who she belonged to, yet you still put a claim on her. Your stupidity baffles me. It took hours for me to clear my mind everything that was said yesterday for me to be able to go to sleep. Even when I finally managed to go to sleep, my mind still went through everything that happened. I couldn't stop dreaming about how Edward acted around the Volturi leaders and what all was said. They may not have said it, but I'm not stupid. After everything they said, it's kind of hard not to put together what they had purposefully left out. What was hard to figure out though is Edward's part in all this. I can't believe them. After everything Edward and I have been through, I refuse to believe that our love isn't real. Although they said they aren't disputing that we love each other. Edward wouldn't have gone through all that trouble, wouldn't have put his family in all those dangerous situations with James and his small coven if they didn't think I was a permanent fixture in their family. Edward and I are meant to be, we have to be. I was only meant to take a small nap. I should have just slept for a couple hours to rejuvenate, but I ended up sleeping a lot longer than that. A combination of the state of my health from when Edward and his family left, diving into the ocean and barely being rescued in time, as well as the jet lag from flying across the globe to Italy, has seriously destroyed my internal clock and has made me very exhausted. Instead of sleeping for just a couple hours, I ended up sleeping much longer. The alarm clock next to the bed showed that it was already 9 in the morning. My body definitely wanted its sleep because it wasn't even evening time when I finally started to try and fall asleep yesterday. My body wanted to just roll over and fall back asleep when I saw what time it was. I almost gave in, but my mind just wouldn't let my body win. I need to get up and find a way to get home. I have to prove to them that they are wrong about me and Edward. I have to show them that Edward and I are meant to be. I crawled out of bed and made my way to the bathroom. Everything I needed was already in there. Shampoo, conditioner, soap, etc. The only thing not in there was a change of clothes, but I guess I would find that in the closet Jane had pointed out to me yesterday. I left the bathroom wrapped in a towel. After making sure no one was in the room of course and went to the closet. I half expected the closet to be much larger than it should be, much larger than I could ever hope to fill up. But it was proportional to the rest of the room. I also half expected old-fashioned clothes to be in there, just like the rest of the Volturi seemed to wear, but inside were clothes that I actually would be okay with wearing. I wonder if that was done on purpose while I was sleeping or not. Once I was properly dressed and couldn't think of anything else to do, I decided to finally leave the room. I immediately found Jane right in front of the door, seemingly waiting for me to open it. The mistresses requested you eat first before speaking. They are concerned that you haven't eaten anything since you arrived yesterday. If you'll follow me to the dining area, Gianna has already had your meal prepared. Jane said. Without waiting for a response, she turned to the side and started walking down the hallway towards I'm assuming this dining area. The least they could have done was ask if I wanted something to eat. I mean, I am hungry and I will definitely eat what they give me. But I feel as if I don't get a choice in anything I'm being told to do. I know that chances are that I would actually have done everything they have so far told me to do, but I would at least like a choice. At least Edward gave me choices. Well, he at least gave me reasons as to why he made the decisions that he did. I haven't even spoken with these women and they are bossing me around. With Edward the first was able to talk with him about the decisions he made and even had him back down from a few of them. These women are dictating my life and I barely know their names. We finally reached our destination after nearly 10 minutes of walking down many different corridors that I'm sure I will have no problem getting lost in. The dining room isn't as big as I thought it would have been, this could very well not be the main dining room. For all I know this could be just some random small room that they decided to call the dining room and give me food in it. The decor of the room matched the rest of the castle, or at least of what I've seen thus far. In the center of the room was a table that looked it could fit 10 people. There were only 2 place settings on it though, right across from each other. There was a clearly human woman standing next to one of the place settings, so I walked to the other one across from her. Jane stayed standing by the door apparently content with standing staring down the hallway that we had just come through. It's the only way out of this room so I'm guessing Jane is standing guard again. Good morning Bella, I'm Gianna and I thought you might like to have breakfast with me. If that's all right with you of course. Gianna said in a pleasant enough tone. It seemed though that she would be more than willing to do whatever I told her to do. I bet she's under orders from the 3 Volturi leaders to keep me company so I don't have to eat alone. That would be nice, but if you already have plans, I wouldn't want to intrude. I answered politely, giving her an out. If she really doesn't want to be there now she can leave. I sat down right away since I don't see the point in standing when everyone in the castle that can eat human food is already here. Gianna followed my lead and sat down as well. I actually don't mind at all. I asked if I could join you since I'm sure this is all overwhelming for you. Gianna said with a smile that couldn't be anything but genuine. Overwhelming how? Overwhelming because I'm trapped in a castle in a different country with lots of vampires that I'm sure would be more than happy to make me their next meal. Overwhelming because I just saved my boyfriend's life only to have taken away from me again. Does she think I've never heard of vampires before and maybe she thinks I'm overwhelmed because she thinks I've suddenly been thrust into the supernatural world. I guess I am. I wasn't expecting to have to stay here without my friends. I admitted as I started eating. It must be at least a little frightening. I understand that the mistresses have yet to talk with you. I'm sure once they do they will clear some things up for you. After that I hope things become a little easier for you. You Lou. Like you've been under a lot of stress lately. Gianna pointed out as she too started to eat. She must be talking about my lack of sleep and lack of proper eating habits for the last couple months. Not to mention the lack of sun. Though I don't think I look any paler than I did before I just moped around in my room. I really did get a good night's rest last night. If that keeps up I should be able to get my internal clock reset and get back to a healthy sleeping pattern. Though that all depends on what happens here. My hunger though, I'm not sure about that. I should eat and I will, but I don't know if I'll be able to stomach enough of what I should until I can stop being so nervous. I'm too nervous about what's going to happen to me. I don't know exactly what those 3 women's plans are. From I've heard about them from Edward and even a little from Carlyle, I most likely won't like what they have planned. Yeah, I have been. I confirmed. I don't want the conversation to die, since I do want to at least talk with someone. But I also don't want to give away all my secrets. Gianna seems like someone I could easily befriend, but I don't know what her place is here in the castle. Shish. He's human and technically her working here is breaking the law. Either they plan on killing her, which I really hope isn't true, or they plan on turning her. If they do plan on turning her though, why keep her human? Why not turn her right away? What do you think so far of the castle? I don't imagine you've seen a lot of it, but what about the parts you have seen? Gianna asked, clearly also in terror. Stead in keeping the conversation going and taking the hint to not talk about my health. We talked a little bit about the castle and its decor. Gianna revealed to me some interesting pictures that she's come across that may interest me. She actually told me about a picture that had a golden-eyed vampire in it. Apparently she didn't know what the golden eyes meant and just thought it was the artist taking creative liberty with the painting. So for the last part of our meal I had the pleasure of explaining golden-eyed vampires to her. I don't go into details about the Cullens themselves, just about their lifestyle. Talking about something simple as their lifestyle helped to curb the pain in my heart from having to suddenly leave them again. I wanted to go into more detail about the Cullens themselves. But I don't know exactly where everyone in this castle stands on the Cullens and I don't want to say anything that may get them in trouble. I could already tell that Jane, Felix and Deem don't like the Cullens and clearly the Queens don't like them, so I don't want to push our luck of nothing happening to the Cullens for them spilling their secret. Are you finished, Bella? Jane asked from her post. Not even turning around. She must have heard us pushing our plates back and putting our napkins from our laps to the top of the table. Yeah, I am. I should help clean up though. I said, though the last part was more to Gianna than to Jane. Don't worry about it, Bella, I'll clean up, it's no problem. The Queens, I've heard, are very eager to talk to you. Gianna said with a smile, as she started piling up the empty plates. Thank you, Gianna, I promise I'll help clean up next time. I said as I started to follow Jane out of the room. I could have sworn I heard Jane practically snort in disagreement. But I could have been hearing things. Snorting just doesn't seem like something Jane would do. So, where are you taking me? I asked once we left the dining room. I'm taking you to the mistresses. Jane answered in her same monotone voice. And where are the mistresses? I asked, barely resisting rolling my eyes from her answer. They are in Didam's office. Jane answered. I almost thought about asking her how far the office is, but something tells me that Jane would most likely give me a vague answer again that would only lead me to ask another question. I feel like that conversation would be one giant loop of me asking something and Jane answering as vaguely as possible. That's not a conversation I want to have, so I opted to walk in silence and just look at the interesting artwork that we passed on the way. Based off of the artwork, I was able to figure out that Jane was leading me down the same way that led back to my room. I was proven right when we turned down the corner that led to the hallway that only had 4 rooms in it. Instead of walking down towards mine this time, Jane paused at another of the doors and knocked on it. Someone from inside must have answered because Jane then opened the door and went inside. I followed her, not because she was polite enough to give me any indication that I should follow her, but because I didn't want to stay alone in the hallway that any random vampire could walk down and see me as a quick snack. The room Jane had led me into looked exactly like a normal, typical office. It was jammed with bookshelves and random odds and ends on some of the shelves. The desk was towards the back of the office and I'm assuming normally there was a chair behind it. Now though, all 3 women sat in chairs just in front of the desk and there was a 4th just in front of them. I vaguely noticed that there was an open door in the corner that seemed to lead to, based off of what I was able to just barely get a glimpse of, a bedroom. That will be all, Jane. Sulpicia said in a dismissive tone and even added a small wave of her hand for effect. We'll call you when we need you again. Didam added. Have a seat, Bella. Athenod. Aura said as she gestured to the seat in front of them since I had only taken 2 steps into the room and stopped. I quickly took my seat and waited for them to start talking. Instead though, Sulpicia silently offered me a glass of water. Seeing the empty glass on her desk and the pitcher of water, I felt my mouth get slightly dry. I started to get up but Sulpicia grabbed the glass, filled it with ice-cold water and was already holding it out to me before I could even lift myself off the seat. "Thank you," I said. I took the glass and took a small sip from it. "My pleasure, dear," Sulpicia said with a smile. "Now, I'm sure you're curious as to what exactly we plan to do with you, am I right?" Athenadora asked me once I placed my glass down on the end table that was just conveniently placed there. "Yeah, I am," I answered. "First off, in case you haven't already figured out," Didim started but was cut off by Athenadora. "Which I'm sure she has figured it out because she is our mate, therefore I know she's smart," Athenadora said in a cocky tone. "You are our mate," Didim finished as if she wasn't just interrupted. "I did briefly think that," I admitted, "but now thinking about it again, I doubt it even more. I know they just affirmed what I had thought, but thinking about now that I'm not so tired and on an emotional roller coaster, yet at least, I can think a little more clearly about it. Besides the fact they are females, there are 3 of them claiming to be my mate. Isn't that impossible? With how possessive and territorial vampires are with their mates, wouldn't have even just 2 mated to one person be hazardous to the vampires' lives? I would think that the 3 will eventually end up fighting and may even end up killing each other. I mean, look at how upset with Edward was with his rightful, yes, I'm still sticking to him being right, claim of us being mates. They just barely managed not to kill him. And what do you think of it?" Sulpicia asked, all 3 of them looking very eager for my answer. I don't want to be rude to them and tell them what I really think. At the same time though, I do want to get my thoughts clearly across to them about what I think, in a non-rude way of course. The easiest way to answer would be to answer vaguely and hope that they understand, which I would assume they would. "I love Edward," I answered, hoping that the tone of my voice showed I believe what I said 100%. The 3 women looked at each other and seemed to have a brief conversation that was too silent for me to hear. Athenadora and Didim had instantly put a hand on Sulpicia's bare shoulders, bare because of the kind of dress she was wearing today, and seemed to communicate that way with her. I'm sure Sulpicia added in her 2 cents when warranted thought. Within 5 seconds though, they were all facing me again. "Fair enough. We understand that in the time you have spent with him, you have managed to develop feelings for him," Athenadora said, her tone suggested that she thought the idea of me having feelings for Edward was gross. She even made a slightly disgusted face when she said it. "So, we feel it's only fair that we start at the beginning, just like you and Edward, and we can work our way into your heart from there. Given some time, if you still feel as strongly as you do now about a relationship with us, we'll let you go," Sulpicia offered with a smile. "What's the catch?" I asked right away. "That seems too good to be true." "The only catch is time. Edward had, we'll just say for simplicity's sakes, a year of your time. We asked for the same amount of time," Didim answered. "Fair is fair after all. Your first love had that amount of time with you, we just want to match it," Athenadora added. "Something tells me that even if I don't agree, I'll still have to stay here. They made me stay last night anyways, and I vaguely remember one of them saying that I would be staying here and not leaving with Edward. At least they're being nice and pretending to give me a choice this time about what I want to do. Maybe after a year is up, they will actually hold up to their end of the bargain and let me leave. I know there's no way that they will be able to convince me of being their mates. It's just not possible. I accept," I said, my voice sounding very unsure, but thankfully they chose to ignore that. "Wonderful, so why don't we start with the basics? We already know lots about you thanks to dear Edward, it's only fair that we extend the same courtesy to you and tell you about ourselves," Sulpicia said with a clap of her hands. I could almost see her bouncing in place because she seemed so happy about my answer. "You already know our names, so why don't we start with our gifts?" Didim said, to which I nodded in agreement. "I have the gift of seeing bonds between people. I can see what they are and how strong they are. I can only manipulate them just like anyone else could. I see the potential we have with you and how much you are fighting the bond. Whether subconsciously or consciously you are fighting it. I must say though, you will make the chase that much more fun. Vampires are technically predators, we are hunters and we do enjoy a good chase. Didim said as she gave me a predatory grin that sent shivers down my spine. I can't decide if they are good or bad shivers though. I don't have a power per se, but I am very good with strategy. I'm so good in fact, that some believe that to be my gift. I have never lost a chase and I can swear to you, I never will. Athenadora said with a predatory grin that matched the Didim had moments before. This grin also sent shivers down my spine, and this time I know it was in fear. I'm afraid of what she's planning because I can just tell from looking at her that already has several plans in place and probably even several backup ones. My power, dear, is a very useful one. With a single touch, I can see all that you have thought, whether it be just a passing thought, or something you practically shouted out in your head. I can see it, so I'm rather curious. I know you were able to block Edward's gift, but I'm wondering if you can block mine as well. Might I try? Sulpicia asked as she held out her hand to me. Alice had already told me about Sulpicia's gift, but I guess she felt it was only fair to tell me again since the other two told me theirs. If I let her touch me and she can read my thoughts, she'll learn about a lot of things that I would rather keep to myself. I like having secrets. I like that Edward couldn't read me. I don't know how his family put up with that because I doubt I ever could. I don't want my privacy taken away from me. Plus, what if they learn about Jacob and the pack and they think they're a threat? I can't risk that. I'd rather not, I answered as I shrunk back into my seat slightly. Sulpicia pulled her back into her lap and frowned a little at having been denied. Both Didim and Athenadora chuckled a little at Sulpicia's disappointment. That's the first time anyone has ever actually denied her that privilege, Didim said, explaining hers and Athenadora's amusement. That's all right. I'll just have to learn things the old-fashioned way, I suppose. Sulpicia said with a slight pout. Now that you know just the very basics of us, before we get any further, I would really like to correct some things that you know, if you don't mind of course. Didim said. What things? I asked curiously. As far as I know there's nothing I know about them that they would need to correct since I really don't know anything about them. The mating bond. What the stupid boy told you is not all correct, Athenadora said, almost hissing it out at me. I'm starting to sense that Athenadora can have a bit of a temper at times. I'll have to watch out for that. What things? I asked. Edward wasn't the only person to tell me some things. Carlyle also told me some. He didn't tell me much, but I doubt Carlyle would have lied about what he did tell me. First off, let's make this clear. Mates can never leave each other and can never intentionally cause the other pain. It's flat out impossible even for some weird reason you tried, Sulpicia said. What Edward did was not only cowardly on his part, but also proves that he is not your mate, Didim said. I chose to not comment on that. I still have to think about that. I want to forgive Edward because clearly it hurt him to do that and it was for my safety. At the same time though, Alice came back when she thought I was dead, to verify that I person. Edward took the vague words of Jacob to heart over the phone and then went off to kill himself. I want to forgive Edward because I love him, but the more I think about it, not that I'm not in an entirely zombie or adrenaline state of mind, the more I find reasons to not forgive Edward. So, instead of commenting, I only nodded my head. Now for the part you may find the most interesting, Sulpicia said with a grin. I'm sure you're very curious as to why 3 of us have been mated instead of just one, as is the norm. There are several theories we have about that, Athenadora said. Theories? Does that mean that even they aren't sure? So, this means I'm not the only confused as to why the 4 of us are mated, at least they claim we are. God, it even sounds weird to say the 4 of us are in my head. There's no way it can be true. I really can't wait to hear their reasoning. Theories. They have theories about how we are all mated. They think they know why we are mated. They think they can explain why we are all supposedly bonded together. But they can't know. It's impossible for them to know. I'm in love with Edward. I'm supposed to be his mate. This can't be really happening. We realize it's a big change, but we promise this will be good, Didim said with a kind smile. I chose to not say anything and just let them do all the talking. I know what I want to say. I want to deny what they're telling me. I also know that they want to tell me. They want to tell me the complete opposite and I just really don't want to listen to it right now, but I don't really have a choice right now. So, instead of arguing with them and possibly making my stay here worse than it needs to be. I'll do my best to go along with the flow. Plus, it can't hurt to just listen to them. They can't change how I feel about Edward. The three of us have been together for a long time, Sulpicia said when she realized I wasn't going to say anything. We have ruled together for thousands of years. Throughout that time we have only ever grown closer. I would think old get closer to the person you ruled with, for thousands of years. If one of them didn't get along with the others, I would bet anything they wouldn't hesitate in replacing them or something else to force them all to get along. I don't see them looking hostile towards each other, so I would imagine they were able to find common interests and not kill each other in all this time. Throughout the times we've had many different lovers, Diddum said, almost causing me to blush. This isn't exactly what I wanted to listen to. I don't want to hear about their love lives, old or new. It's really none of my business. It's also not something I'm really comfortable talking about with people I literally just met. It took a while for me to be able to get close to Edward like that, and even just before he left. We still weren't that physically intimate and I wasn't really pushing for me. Well, I wanted him to kiss me longer than the 2 seconds he would allow and to actually cuddle with me, but that's it. Nothing beyond that. The ones you may have heard about would be the ones we had when our dear friend Carlyle was here last. Sulpicia said. She must be talking about the men that I saw in the picture in Carlyle's office that one time. Edward saw that they were the rulers of the Volturi. The picture was of only the 3 men, Marcus, Keyes, Arrow and Carlyle. There wasn't anyone else in the picture. Edward lied to me about who they are. I'm sure he had a good reason to. I can't think of one right now because I don't see why it would matter if I didn't know or not if the Volturi leaders were female or male. Carlyle was real close to them. He was friends with them, I suppose. Even after we warned him not to get close, he still did so. That's why he left. After it happened, he was mad with us. We had told him it was going to happen. It was only a matter of time before we got bored with those 3. Athenadora said with an almost reminiscent look on her face. The 3 were wanted for exposing our kind. They were sentenced to death, but we saved them. Diddum said, thankfully starting to clear up my confusion without me having to ask. I want to know what happened to those 3 men. I don't know why it really matters. From what it seems like they aren't around anymore. I just want to know why Carlyle would be affected by them so much that he would leave this place when he had once called it home. The Volturi's cruel streak aside, if Carlyle overlooked their killing tendencies and what they feed off of to become friends with them in the first place, I want to know what would make him leave. Instead though, we decided to keep them around to help alleviate our sexual frustrations. It worked for a while too. All 3 of them were amazing, though we did have our favorites. I preferred Keyes. CIA preferred Arrow and D preferred Marcus. In the end though, even though we did favor them, it wouldn't save them. They got too cocky and wanted to take advantage of our goodwill towards them. Athenadora explained, a look of hatred briefly crossing her face with the last sentence. I shifted a little in my chair as I got more uncomfortable with the conversation. For some reason I do like that they are sharing their past with me and that they have no problem doing so like Edward did, but I shouldn't. I shouldn't want to know anything about them beyond knowing that they aren't going to kill me. I shouldn't like learning about their past, but there's something in me that just loves listening to them tell me this story. A story, I might add, that so far has nothing to do with why they think we are mated. They were planning a way to escape the castle. They had thought that they could keep their thoughts hidden from me. They thought that I wouldn't look into their minds every time we touched. They thought we had forgotten their crimes. Our job is to punish those that could get us all killed, we never forget. Sulpicia said in a sour tone. She clearly doesn't like it when people underestimate her like these 3 vampires did. The night they tried to escape we easily cut them off. We let Jane have a little fun and then burned them for all to see. We used them to set an example. They had tried to gloat that they would escape and get away with their crimes. Diddum said in a non-caring tone. Diddum seems to have already lost interest in this topic. I wonder how many times they've had to share this story. Carlyle was the most upset about it. He believed that the 3 weren't really trying to escape. He forgot my power. I doubt he has ever truly forgiven me for that night. But we have still kept in touch. I may even invite them over once we have everything settled here. Sulpicia said with a smile. It didn't take a genius to know what her hidden agenda was. She thinks that I will agree to be in a relationship with them, and she most likely wants to shove that in Edward's face. Little does she know that I'm very stubborn when I want something, and right now I want to be with Edward. In Forks with Charlie and with his family. Since those 3 vampires though, we have shared all our lovers since. Those 3 had managed to slightly turn our thoughts against each other. If it wasn't for Chia's and Dee's power, I'm sure we would have fought and possibly went our separate ways. Instead though, it brought us even closer. From then forward, we shared even more together. Athenadora explained. I think we're getting closer to them explaining this theory they have. Since we are so close and have since practically shared everything, we believe the reason. The reason we have the same mate is because that's what would be best for ourselves. We didn't want to have separate lovers again in fear of said lovers driving us apart. Diddum explained. With us having only one mate, it's impossible for us to fight each other because it would hurt you, and we would never willingly do that to you. Our fear of repeating what happened in the past and what could have happened has made it so that we share the same mate. Sulpicia said, finishing the explanation. So, if I understand this all correctly, and I'm sure I do, they say I'm stuck with all 3 of them Beck. They are afraid to have it any other way. Shouldn't soul mates basically be one soul that complements one other only? Some even believe that soulmates are actually one soul that split into 2 halves. Only to be complete again when they find each other. If what they say is right, that would mean that at least my soul was split 3 different ways to match them. That doesn't make any sense. That just can't happen. A person can only have one soul mate, I'm positive of that. That's not possible. A person can only have one soul mate, and I already have mine. I said after realizing they were waiting for me to say something. The emotions on their face were all different yet the same. Sulpicia looked similar to a kid that just got their favorite toy taken away from them. She seemed to fighting a pout from appearing on her face. Athenadora looked annoyed. She seems like she has a temper that could rival Rosalie's. Diddum is only giving me a knowing look. What she means by that look, Ve no idea, and that bugs me for some reason. She clearly knows something, and whatever she knows she thinks it's in her benefit, I think at least. All 3 of them though, they all have a look of determination. They have been ruling the vampire world for centuries, and throughout that time I'm sure they have come across people trying to dethrone them. So I'm sure they are very stubborn, but I'm very stubborn as well. Whatever they have planned or are planning, it won't work. You are going to be so much fun, my dear. Athenadora said while giving me a smile that let me see the real predator in her. What makes you think that you and Edward are mates? Diddum asked me with genuine curiosity. That almost seems like it's a loaded question. I don't want to piss them off because I am technically they are prisoner, and they don't have to treat me that nicely. At the same time though, I want to make how I feel clear to them, just not a jerk way. They have treated me nicely so far, and I don't want to ruin that. If I have to stay here for as long as they want me to, then I want to do my best to make sure my stay is as comfortable as possible. I love Edward and he loves me. I started but was interrupted. Love doesn't always mean soul mates. There's a big distinction between the 2. Diddum said, and I couldn't help but take her word for it. Her power of being able to see bonds would literally mean he can actually see the difference of love between 2 people and love between soul mates. What she said though doesn't mean that Edward isn't my soul mate. That's not what she said at all. I know we are meant to be together, I said, choosing to not comment on what she just said. Athenadora looked like she was going to say something, but Sulpicia put a hand on her arm and kept her quiet. Athenadora looked slightly put out as she slouched in her chair, crossed her arms over her chest, and waited for Sulpicia to talk. So, you truly believe you and Edward are mates? Sulpicia asked with a smirk. Now she's leading me into some sort of trap that I will probably get mad at her for, but I can't figure out exactly what she's trying to do. Yes, I answered with as much meaning as I could muster. And, of course you know that vampires put their mates' safety and happiness above all else, right? Yes, I answered right away, not even thinking about why she would ask that. I probably should have put more thought into why she did though. Edward left you, something a mate can never do. He left you and lied to you about loving you. Mates can never do that. He knowingly left you to suffer alone. He took away what you had come to love as family. He took away your happiness, and the only regret he had was that he no longer could smell your scent. Sulpicia said in what I believe to be a cruel voice. I'm sure to anyone else it would have been a calm and sympathetic voice. I had heard this before when she told this to Edward. At the time though, I was too focused on them hurting Edward and taking him away from me. I heard what they said, but I didn't really listen to them. I ignored most of what they said because I was just too focused on Edward. I didn't like what they said then, so I chose to focus on something else. This time though, I don't have anything else to focus on. I can't focus on what's happening around me because the sole focus in this room is me and what was just told to me. They're waiting for my reaction. I know Edward left me, I know it. It hurt a lot, I barely survived, and I don't think I would survive again if he left like that. Being away from him now is different than last time. He was forced away and I was forced to stay here. Last time he chose to leave me. He chose to leave and let me suffer, even after I told him that I needed him. He took away my family. The family, except Rosalie, that claimed I was one of them, that they loved me. He took it all away. I only saw him again because he thought I was dead, and he decided to have himself killed as well to join me. He wanted to die because he thought he would never see me again. Isn't that what happened when he left though? He left knowing he would never see me again. Just like they pointed out to him. Why did he suddenly chose to die when he thought I was dead instead of when he knew he would never see me again? To vampires, isn't that basically the same thing? I know I wanted to stop living when he left me. I didn't because I couldn't do that to Charlie and Renee, and I also hung on to the hope of him possibly coming back for me. He willingly let me suffer alone. He knew I couldn't talk to anyone about how I was feeling because it would lead to me telling them about the Cullens being vampires, and I couldn't do that. He gave me the devastating blow with no way to fix it because if I did tell someone, they would probably think I was crazy to think vampires existed and that I thought one of them was my soulmate. Thinking about what he did now, especially with someone pointing it out to me, I can't help but feel hurt by what he did. I can't believe that I was so willing to forgive him and take him back after what he did to me. I understand why he left. He left to protect me, but in leaving me he ended up doing basically the same thing. I was practically dead with the way I was acting. I know Jacob helped for a little bit, but I never once thought that the brief happiness he brought me would have lasted. I knew it was only a matter of time before he met someone else that he would love, and they would love him, and I would be forgotten. I would be back in the same position. He wanted to protect me. I said weakly. Protect you from what? From being loved. There are 7 of them. If one of them slipped again, the others would be able to stop them just like they did last time. Once you were turned, they wouldn't have to worry about that. Athenadora said in a calm voice, almost like she was afraid that if her tone was sharp like it normally is, I would break. I actually think I might. He never planned on turning you though, and you know that. His intentions were for you to grow old and die while he stayed young forever. In the end, you would still be left behind. Sulpic. Ia added in an equally soft and calm voice. Well, I think it's enough of this talk for now. You must be hungry, Bella. It's well after lunchtime after all. Didymus said after clapping her hands to try to break apart the heavy atmosphere that had fallen. She stood up from her chair, walked to stand in front of me, and held her hand out to me to help me off the chair. I think Gianna is in the middle of preparing some food for you two as we speak. Would you mind if I escorted you to the kitchen area instead of Jane? I hesitantly looked at her hand and almost ignored it. A part of me wanted to stick to what I had been saying this whole time and ignore her chivalrous act of helping me out of the chair, even though I don't really need it. Another part of me though wanted to feel what her skin felt like. I wanted to feel her hand around mine. I wanted to know what that contact felt like. So, after staring at her hand for a couple seconds, I grabbed it. Didymus swiftly pulled me to my feet without any effort on my end, and clearly little on her part as well. Once I was standing, she kept her hand wrapped around mine. I was tempted to pull my hand away from hers, but I actually like the way it feels. It feels soft yet hard at the same time. The coldness is something I had grown used to with Edward, but with Didymus, I actually don't really feel the cold. I know her hand is cold because all vampires have cold skin. But for some reason, her hand feels warm in mine. I'll escort Bella to the kitchens and then I'll come right back here. Didim told the other two as she started to pull me towards the exit of the room. The other two only nodded in acknowledgement as we left. Those two tend to put their foots in their mouths a lot and don't always allow time for people to think things through. So I figured we should leave and get you some food before they say something stupid. I hope you don't mind. I can see how both of them would say something stupid. It seems like something they would both do. Sulpicia would because of her gift, so I assume she would just think she knows it all even when she clearly doesn't. Athenadora just seems like someone with a temper that says whatever she thinks before thinking it through. Didim almost seems like she would be the peacekeeper among the three. Like she's the person that just sits back and watches things and only speaks up before one of the other two do something they would regret. Why do I get the feeling that I will probably spend more time with Didim than the others? That's all right. I'm happy to take a break from that conversation. I admitted. I want to learn my way around this place so that maybe someday I can walk around here without Jane or one of the leaders. I doubt that will happen since that would mean a hungry vampire could make me an easy snack. Still, I found myself looking around the hall trying to memorize the way. Every few seconds though my eyes would wander down to where Didim still held my limp hand. I was holding her hand back, but I wasn't pulling away either. I'm still not sure if I like her holding my hand or not, but I don't think I'm entirely against it. I would think so. We brought up a lot of things that I'm sure were very emotionally challenging to hear. Didim said in an understanding voice while gently squeezing my hand. The rest of the walk was done in silence, mostly because I didn't know how to respond to what she said. I agree with her. What they said was very eye-opening. It all gave me a lot to think about. It also possibly gave me a lot to regret in terms to how I felt and acted with Edward. I had thought we had the perfect relationship. Granted, I didn't really have any good examples to base my thoughts on because my parents' relationship ended in divorce and I hadn't had any relationships prior to Edward. I still thought it was perfect though. When we got to the kitchen, both Gianna and Jane were already there. Jane was sitting on a stool by the island and Gianna was stirring something on the stove. Didim led me over to a stool next to the bored-looking Jane and pulled out the stool in a gesture to have me sit there. "Do you need any help, Gianna?" I asked before sitting down. It's rude of me to just sit down and eat what was made for me without at least asking if she wanted help. I shouldn't just assume she doesn't. No, that's all right, Bella. I actually prefer cooking by myself. It gives me a chance to clear my head. Thank you though, Gianna said in her normal kind voice without turning away from what she was doing. I didn't answer her, but I did sit down the stool Didim had offered me. Thank you, Gianna, for cooking for Bella as well. Bella, if you have any requests, I'm sure Gianna would be more than willing to cook whatever you want for you. Didim's aid, to which I nodded in acknowledgement. I wouldn't ask for anything special. Beggars can't be choosers, and technically I'm a beggar here since I don't live here and I'm being held here against my will. Jane, dear, when she's done eating, please escort her back to us. I hope you don't mind, Bella, but there is still more we need to discuss and it would be better if we discussed it as soon as possible. At my questioning look, Didim explained what she meant. We just want to go over some safety precautions while you're here. You are human living amongst vampires after all. We would prefer to just change you and not have you so vulnerable, but we don't want to force you into anything, and I don't believe you want a chance right now, and especially not by us. So, in the meantime, we have set up precautions to keep you safe and we want you aware of them. That makes sense. I really don't want them to change me, ever. I am, as Edward had once similarly said, a sheep in a lion's den. I'm more than willing to talk about what they plan to do to keep me safe while here and to keep me human as well. I don't mind. I would like to know. Then I will see you whenever you are finished eating and meet up with us again. Didim gave me an odd look, almost like she wanted to do something but thought better of it, but chose to simply leave the kitchen instead without another word or doing anything else. I didn't like sitting in silence. But I didn't really know what to talk about with Jane or Gianna, and I have too much on my mind anyways. So I sat and watched Gianna cook just like Jane was doing. Gianna was finished cooking and had served us both food, she had ignored my offer to serve myself. She sat down on another stool at the island and we ate, once again in silence. Well, it was mostly silence. I had complimented the food. Her cooking skill has to be that of a professional chef and she politely accepted the praise. Aside from that, we ate in silence while Jane stared off into space, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. I'm sure she was thinking about other things, but I'm also sure that she was still completely aware of what was going on around her as well. When lunch was over, Iana once again cleaned up by herself and Jane right away escorted me back to the leaders. I wanted to help clean up, but both Gianna and Jane said I don't have to and that Gianna would be more than happy to do it. I'm starting to get the feeling that I'm going to have very little to do here. I was led to the same room as before and I even took the same seat as before. The three leaders were all in the same seats and watched with smiles as I sat down in front of them. Did you enjoy your lunch, dear? Sulpicia asked as soon as I sat down. I did, though I would have liked to either help make it or clean up. I said, hoping they would get the hint. While you're here you won't have to do anything menial things such as that, but if it would make you happy, I'm sure something could be arranged. Enidora said with a hint of annoyance in her voice. I think they would prefer I didn't do any work at all, but that's just not who I am. If I can do it myself, why wouldn't I? I would like that. I sigh, in a bit of a forceful way to show that I really do want to do it regardless of what they thought about it. I promise we'll work something out that will be agreeable for all of us. Sulpicia said in a tone that meant to end the conversation about this topic. Let's go ahead with what else we need to talk with you about, shall we? Sulpicia asked in a much more cheery voice. We are not ones to keep secrets. At least amongst ourselves, and that includes you. Anything we decide that impacts you in any way we will tell you and even make sure you are okay with the decision. As far as your safety is concerned, we will do everything we can to keep you safe while at the same time just not locking you away in a tower where no one can get to you. Didim said with a small smile to let me know she was mostly joking about the last part. I'm sure if they thought I wouldn't be mad at them, they would lock me away and keep me hidden from everyone else. I'm already locked away as it is since I'm stuck here when I want to go to Forks. They're halfway to doing what they say they won't do. I really hope these plans aren't too bad and that if I disagree with anything they say, they will accommodate what I want. Your safety is our number one priority. Nothing, not even our own safety, is more important than that. Sulpicia said, starting off the second important conversation today. I may not agree with what they claim, me being their mate. But I do wholeheartedly agree with them keeping me safe. I don't want to end up being some vampire's snack before I get a chance to see Edward again. I know the Volturi are all old and in theory should all have some sort of control over themselves, but you never know. I could trip, which is very likely, and scratch myself and someone might smell it and not control themselves. I don't want to risk that happening. Especially since you are human. Athenadora remarked but didn't seem to mean anything by it. I took offense to it anyways. I know that I am weaker than they are, but I'm not that weak. I love Edward, but even he got on my nerves sometimes with the lengths he would go to protect me from getting hurt. I'm human, it's going to happen, but Edward times just annoyed me with his tactics. I have a feeling that Athenadora might be the same since she seems to not like humans in general. At least that's how I feel from how she's acting towards me. Compared to how the other two are acting towards me. I sent her an annoyed look because of her comment, but either she didn't really care or I'm not really good with looking annoyed. I'm picking the former because I've had plenty of practice of looking annoyed from when Alice tried to get me to go shopping all those times. How can she be my mate if she doesn't seem to really care? Don't mind Dora, she's just annoyed that you haven't been turned yet. She doesn't seem to remember that we now get to be lucky enough to change you ourselves. Didim said calmly. I can tell that she must be the peacekeeper of the three. The one that keeps them all from fighting, which I'm sure at least Sulpicia and Athenadora would have done long ago. I wanted to tell them that I don't want them to change me, but I don't think that would be smart. They are showing me a lot of hospitality. I don't want that to change. They know my thoughts on the matter. I don't need to keep repeating myself. Of course, Athenadora said, sounding like she didn't really care about that either, but the look she was giving said otherwise. I don't understand what the big deal would be, but that seemed to get her to calm down and basically shut up. Of course I rolled my eyes at her behavior, but at least she ended that conversation. Our plans, for now, are very simple, Sulpicia said, and Didym interrupted. They aren't set in stone, of course. So if something changes, we will change the plans as well. We wanted to keep things as simple and unevasive as possible for you. Didym explained. So basically, if a new threat shows up, like Victoria, since she's still out there, they will change the plans that they have, or will have, in place now. Edward always stuck to whatever plan he had originally came up with, even if really did need to be changed. I can respect that he's stubborn, since I can be too, but there's some things that he shouldn't have been stubborn with. For instance, he shouldn't have left me in the forest after my birthday. I wouldn't be in this mess if he had just listened to me and believed me when I said it wouldn't do me any good if he left. There are several things that we implementing that doesn't affect you at all, those. Unless you want, we won't tell you. What does affect you there is mostly just Jane's and Hyda's part. Those two will guard you at random intervals 24/7. Sulpicia explained. I had pretty much already guessed that Jane would be with me all the time. I guess they tossed in this Heidi person so that Jane is stuck with the human all the time and can have a chance to eat. I wonder what Hyda's power is that she would be assigned to guard me. I already know Jane's, and hers is clearly very strong. I wonder if Hyda's is similar. Whenever we aren't with you, you can ask them for anything and they will get it for you. If we don't have it, we will get it, Athenadora said, though it sounded more like a command. I barely saw her eyes look past me towards the door, so I assume that either Jane and or Heidi are out there and she is just now giving this command to them. You are our mate and as such, have just as much rank and respect as we do. She finished. Her command with another quick glance to the door that I again just barely managed to see. That actually may be something we should tend to now, Didym said as if she was answering someone's question, but I couldn't make sense of it. At my confused look, she explained the comment. Heidi was just kind enough to point out that while we have our space and things to occupy our time with, you don't. You could find yourself becoming very bored very quickly. We don't want that, Didym explained. I didn't even think of that. This place is one giant museum that houses items from hundreds, if not thousands, of years ago. I'm actually a little surprised that they have electricity. Though I'm sure they did because of the food that they bring in, and they probably decided that since they outfitted part of the castle with electricity, to not seem odd, they might as well wire the whole castle. That would also explain why I'm not either really hot or really cold. There's some sort of AC unit and heater throughout this place that clearly moderates the temperature. Again, they probably did that for the same reason for the electricity and because they have a human receptionist. Since I'm going to be spending a lot of time here, I want to be able to do something. Talking will only entertain me for so long, especially if that talking is with people I don't really want to be around at the moment. I'm sure a place like this has a nice library that I could look into and probably read from, but I'm not going to just read for a year and nothing else. There's probably the chance to explore this place, meaning Volterra, a little. I'm sure if I asked during the evening hours or when it's cloudy, if it ever gets cloudy here, I don't know how the weather here is, they will be okay with letting me look around town with either Jane or Heidi. I can only do those things so many times though before I get bored. I doubt they would let me go too far away from the castle, especially since they know I don't want to be here. I wonder if they have cable or internet or something. I saw Gianna had a computer on her desk in the reception area, but I don't know if that had internet or not. These guys seem like if they do something, they do it properly. Nowadays, people with electricity very rarely don't have a TV or internet. If they don't have internet, I hope they at least have a way that I can watch movies. I can tolerate watching movies and reading for a year, as long as the book and movie is good and not the same one every time I read and watch it. Oh yes, this old place could do some sort of entertainment area of some sort. We will have to get that done. I'm sure Heidi would be the perfect person to show around what we have and make sure we get what is needed, Sulpicia said, looking excited at the prospect of changing something. Based off of her reaction, I would have to think then that they don't really have much that will entertain me for long. I predict a few weeks, possibly even months, of boredom. Hopefully they will let more order some things. Normally I'm against people buying me things, but I will make an exception this time. Only because they can still use the things that I'm sure I'll ask for after I'm gone, and because I really don't want to be bored out of my mind for a year. Just don't go overboard this time, CIA. Last time you upgraded something, we ended up in the dark for 3 months. Being in the dark is okay for us, but for the humans we bring in, it's a bit unappealing. Athenadora said, referencing to the humans they bring in to eat. I made a face at it because I don't agree with their lifestyle, but I didn't say anything about. What can I say? They are technically vampires, and vampires are meant to live off of humans. I wish they would do what the Cullens do. But Edward has made it perfectly clear that what they do is unnatural and that it would be better for them to live off of humans instead of animals. Plus, I'm also technically a guest here. I shouldn't speak against how my hosts live as long as it doesn't involve me being the next meal. That's our plan for keeping you safe, and we really think that that is just enough. Whoa, would you like to get a look around the castle and see what it is we have to offer? Sulpicia said with a smirk. Clearly she's up to something. The only thing I can think that she would be planning is she didn't specify who would take me around the castle, so I'm guessing it won't be Jane. I also think that it's probably her that she's referring to giving me a tour. I really don't want it to be Athenadora because she just seems to annoy, and I will probably instinctively try to annoy her if we're alone together. I guess that's fine. Would you mind, Diddum? I asked Diddum, purposefully looking Sulpicia in the eyes until I said Diddum's name. If that was in fact her plan, she now knows that I just got around it. Athenadora's laughing, Diddum's smirk and Sulpicia's pout made it clear that I was right. That would be fine, sweetie. Right, Sulpicia? Diddum asked me as she stood up and briefly looking at Sulpicia when she added the small jab. Of course, have fun. I'll just stay here and be bored, Sulpicia said with a dramatic sigh and slouched in her chair for added effect. Because I'm not entertaining enough for you? Athenadora asked with a small frown. I didn't mean to start this small fight between the two. But not that it's happened, it looks a little funny. Luckily I was able to hide my smile though, because I don't think Athenadora would be amused with me finding their bickering amusing. I think we should go before these two get too wound up, which will happen. Just please don't destroy anything, Diddum said as she helped me up out the chair I was in and then quickly out the door. Diddum kept a firm grip on my hand so that when I tried to let go, my hand remained limply in hers. For a brief second I actually liked the way my hand felt in hers compared to being in Edward's. Edward's hands were so much larger than mine. Even though he has vampire smooth skin, it still felt rough to me. Diddum's hands though, are smaller than his but just slightly bigger than mine. Her hands, still hard because she is a vampire, had a softness to it that I wouldn't have expected. For a brief second, I actually liked to have her literally hold my hand. But only for a moment. After tugging my hand a few times to try and get it away from her, I gave up. I realized that she wasn't going to humor my human strength and let me have my way. If she wants to hold my hand, which clearly she does, she will hold my hand regardless of it I want her to or not. You know, I've come to understand throughout my years that a good way to get closer to someone is through physical contact. The contact allows a type of bond to grow between the two that otherwise wouldn't have been there. This type of bond is usually stronger than the others because it offers a familiarity that other types of bond-forming techniques don't offer. I found that rather interesting when I first heard it, Diddum said as if she had just pointed out some painting that we had passed and explained what it meant. She sounded so indifferent to what she said, but at the same time I knew that it also meant a lot, especially because of the gift she has. It was almost as if she was giving me a warning of what's to come, of what to expect. All three of them told me point blank what their goals with me are. Well, they didn't go into detail of what to happen if they win, but I'm sure someone with an imagination knows. They also made it clear that we'll do whatever it is they think needs to happen for them to win. By just looking at Athenadora, who seems the most upfront person out of the three of them, I would hint that they are not afraid to do what is needed to win. Athenadora was just being nice enough to let me know that going forward, I will probably end up holding hands with them a lot, or possibly more than holding hands. What more they will want to do, I don't know. I just hope they don't go too far and listen to me if I say no. If things stay simple with just holding hands, I can deal with that. Friends hold hands all the time. It's not that out of the ordinary. The fact that Didim has interlaced our fingers is just something I'm going to have to ignore. There are a couple places that I think you may like. We can see them all if you want. There's a garden, a library, and then the actual entertainment room. I must warn you though, the entertainment room isn't as grand as the garden or library. It was something that Felix and Heidi have put together in the last few decades or so and doesn't have much to it. In fact, the room it's in isn't much larger than the office we were just in. Dime said as we continued walking towards something only Didim would know since I'm already lost in this maze. Can I see the library first? I asked a little hesitantly. I felt weird asking to some RT of this castle that houses probably hundreds of vampires. I felt almost like an intruder. It also felt weird because Didim is the one giving the tour. Normally on tours you just follow the tour guide. The guide I'm stuck with just happens to be a very old vampire that seems determined to make me fall in love with her. I'm almost nervous that Didim has a plan up her sleeves for any of the 3 places she had pointed out. She probably does, and I bet anything I'll like whatever she has planned. I'm not okay with that. I don't want to like what they are tossing out at me. I just have to remember that I didn't really like the Cullens showing off their money, so I shouldn't like it here either. What a good choice. That's actually one of my favorite spots. I've already read all the books here, and even though I have a perfect memory, I just love to reread them. I must warn you, this library is a bit big because the person who originally built this castle was a bit of a bookworm. He liked collecting every book ever written. This place was built before the printing press, so imagine how hard that must have been. All the handwritten books are still here and are still intact. Feel free to look through if you want. They hold a lot of history. Since that original owner, every owner since, including us, has continued on the tradition of collecting every book published. I've made it my mission to organize the thing in my spare time and with no real rush. Most books, except the originals, were just lazily put wherever there was room for them. With so many editions through the centuries though, even the originals are no longer in order because of people constantly going through them and reading them and then not putting it back where it was taken from. Didim explained. I couldn't help but picture a library like the one from Beauty and the Beast. I think a large library like that would probably take me years to finish reading at my slow human pace. Even with that many books, I would still get bored though. I don't know anyone who could do nothing but eat, sleep and read. I'm pretty sure someone could go crazy if not stir crazy if they did that. Didim led me down endless hallways, promising that with time I will be able to find my own way, and towards a door that looked larger than the others in this particular hallway. Just by looking at the designs on the door, I could easily tell that whatever was beyond this door was sure to be amazing. The original door, the original owner wanted everyone that saw this door to know that the library was more precious to him than even his treasure of gold and jewels. A bit foolish if you ask me, because that just puts a large target on his most prized possession. But oh well, Didim said as she opened the door. The door opened to show a large room that even the library in Beauty and the Beast couldn't compare to. The library was 3, possibly 4, stories tall. It was hard to tell because the upper lights weren't on, just the lower ones. As if sensing what I was thinking, Didim walked over to a large panel that held dozens of light switches and flicked them all on. Looking up, I saw the lights reveal 4 floors filled with books. The center of the room held a 2-person stairwell that lead up to each floor. From the stairwell though, it didn't go directly to the floor. There was maybe 4 feet of a walkway. One that was big enough to fit desks and other small bookshelves, that lead to the main floor of that level. There were 4 walkways on each floor, all of which could be seen from the bottom level because not one walkway was directly over another, and only one walkway on each floor led to the staircase. Looking past the giant staircase, I took in the bookshelves that took up a lot of space. Besides a designated area directly next to the staircase entrance and the small pathway that led to the entrance of this room, the entire floor was covered with bookshelves. I would bet anything at the upper levels looked exactly like this one as well. Feel free to look around and read anything you want in here. Our guard does occasionally like to come here and read, so it is possible that if you're here, another vampire. Aside from Jane or Heidi, maybe here as well. Diddum said as she kept barely a step behind me and I wandered past the staircase and towards the bookshelves. Around the staircase are tables and comfortable-looking chairs that looked perfect for a college library. There were even small lamps on some of the tables as if anticipating humans to eventually walking these halls again and actually needing the light. Also around the staircase and mixed in with the tables, were beanbag-type chairs. It seemed as if the vampires anticipated all types of readers and possibly researchers to be here. Even though chances are that the human world will never really know of this library's existence. This library is amazing, I finally said as I looked at some of the books were lazily lying on top of some of the tables. Some of the books were even open, as if someone was reading it but had to unexpectedly leave without having the chance to properly put the books away. I closed the book, more of habit of not liking seeing an abandoned opened book just lying around where it could be damaged. Thank you. The amazing thing about this library is how well everything is reserved with very little effort on our part. The few previous owners did their parts in keeping this library well looked after and rarely touched what was here. Once we took over, we don't have the ILS on our fingers that tend to ruin the books and we easily kept this place clean, so keeping the books in good condition over the years hasn't been as hard as you would think. Diddum explained, probably because of me closing the book. If you would like, you can pick a book and we can read a little before dinner and I can just show you the garden and entertainment room another day. We actually may only have time for one anyways. So that's her plan, for this room at least. I figured it would be a competition among the three of them to see who would get to spend the most time with me. With Diddum postponing the tour, she therefore gets more time with me, before the others have even had a chance. I'm actually really tempted to go along with her plan and pick up a book right now or even just explore this place more. But I don't want to spend more alone time with her. I don't want her to try and woo me. I don't want that. I would like to see the entertainment room if you don't mind. I sigh, while dragging my eyes away from an interesting book on table not too far from me. It was really hard to look away, but I managed. If that's what you want, then that's where I'll take you. Remember, you're welcome here anytime you want. Whoever is with you can lead you right here until you get the hang of directions. Diddum said and took my hand again. I didn't even know she had let go. She must have let go when I started towards the staircase to look around it. That has to be a good sign, right? Not realizing when she's not touching me anymore must mean that I don't miss her not touching me anymore. That's a good thing. Except, now I feel almost happy with her hand in mine. It must be that I'm just happy to have a vampire holding my hand. My mind must be trying to find a substitute for Edward not being, yeah. That sounds right. Diddum led me out of the library, without bothering to turn off the lights and down the same path we had just come from. The only reason I knew that was because we had turned right to go into the library and we now just turned left, so clearly the same path. Outside of that one turn though, I have no idea if it's the same one or not. For the life of me, I don't ever see myself getting used to walking around here and not getting lost. But if Gianna can do it, I guess I'll eventually learn as well. Are all these paintings originals? I asked after we had walked for several minutes in silence. Diddum seemed perfectly content to walk next to me, my limp hand still held tightly in hers, and not say a thing. I however started to grow uncomfortable with it fairly quickly. There are only a few that are by any artists that you might recognize. Most of these works were done by unknown artists throughout the centuries that never seemed to get their name out there. If you ask me though, these works are just as good as the ones that you would recognize. It's all a matter of how many know an artist's name as to how famous they become either in death or after death. Diddum answered, I would have thought that with how much money they have. I'm assuming they have a lot because the Cullens have a lot and compared to the Volturi, the Cullens aren't that old. Plus, the size of this place, plus the bill for upkeep and then the fact that Diddum didn't seem concerned about a large electricity bill from leaving the lights on in the library must mean they aren't poor. I would think that, like the Cullens, they would want to have the best of what's available. Like having originals of priceless pieces of artwork that humans never existed. Instead though, They chose what they like, and if what they like isn't expensive or is very expensive, then it is what it is. You picked the art purely because you liked it, not by who it was by. I asked, though it was more of a statement for her to confirm what I had thought. Yes, we have to look at for an eternity, we want to enjoy looking at century after century. Didim explained as we came to OA stop next to a door that looked exactly like every other door in this hall. This is the entertainment room, Shia's future project that she's been trying to get going. Didim opened the door, and when I saw what was inside, I was a little let down. I had expected something like a home theater system with their own projector and maybe a pool table or something else that might be found in a man cave. I had even thought that they would have at least a fairly large TV with maybe a game console or two. What was actually in the room was a letdown. There was a larger TV that most people my age probably couldn't afford. I'm sure how big, but it was decent and it was plasma, so in my book, it was nice. There was also what seemed to be a well-worn couch in front of the TV, at a respectable distance of course. There was also a love seat caddy corner to the couch. I couldn't see any game consoles, but I did spot a DVD player below the TV on the TV stand and also what I think is a cable box. Next to the TV, but off to the side so as to not be distracting at all, was a fairly sized DVD holder. It seemed to hold probably 100 or so of DVDs. There were also small random piles right next to it on the floor and on top of it. Which clearly wasn't meant to be a shelf. It's all right, I said, trying to find the right word that wouldn't offend them but at the same time wouldn't be a lie. It wasn't bad, it was decent and better than I could afford, but it just wasn't I was expecting. I know, it's a huge letdown compared to everything in this castle. This is why CIA wants to redo it and possibly move the entire entertainment room to a different, larger room. She wants this room to be just as grand as every other room, something about it not matching the rest of the castle. So, I'm sure CIA would be more than happy if you would help her in giving this place a much-needed makeover so that it can fit in. Didim said, throwing me off a little. I thought that she would try and get as much time with me with just her. But it seems she's just as okay with getting me to spend time with all of them. I guess they are working together to and get me to agree with them. I guess. I said, I'm not sure if I would be the best person to help with a remodel, but it would at least give me something to do and to envy for when I do eventually leave. I'm sure Sulpicia will love that. I was just informed that Gianna is asking whether or not you would like to help cook dinner for you two tonight. If so, she's starting now. What would you like? Didim asked me. I feel like this was a setup because it's just perfect timing. They really know what they are doing. They know that I want to help Gianna with cooking. They also probably know that I'm still at a loss of what exactly to do while I'm here since I haven't been here that long. I bet this was planned and timed and they probably have something planned for later tonight after dinner. Just watch, either they are planning something, or I'm just being really paranoid. I guess I'll find out later. I would like to help Gianna please. I answered. Didim grabbed my hand once more, pulled me out of the room, closed the door. Hen led me towards what I'm assuming is the kitchen. At least now I'll have something to do, if only for a little bit. I was hoping that after dinner I would be able to just go back to my room and spend the rest of the evening there. I really don't want to spend any time with them and risk developing any feelings for them. I'm basically a prisoner here. I am here against my will after all since I didn't want to stay here. I don't want to develop Stockholm Syndrome. I had helped Gianna cook and we both enjoyed a simple meal and we both cleaned up. As soon as the last plate was put away, Athenadora showed up in the doorway. I bet anything she was waiting for us to be done cleaning before she made her presence known. I could practically picture her waiting just outside the door, out of RV. Ew, and not moving or making a sound as she waited. A little creepy if you ask me. If you don't mind, I would like to borrow you for the evening. I was hoping we could perhaps take a walk in the garden. Athenadora asked in a gentle voice that seemed out of character for her. The shocked look that briefly crossed Gianna proved that this is in fact not normal for the ancient vampire. I wonder if she's just trying to butter me up to get her way or if she really would treat me that way if I decided to stay. Not that I will, because I won't pick to stay here, but I'm still curious as how she would act. The garden actually sounds like it would be nice to see. The weather seems, from what I've seen from looking out windows, like it would be nice right now. Even though I would prefer to just go and stay in my room and not see or talk with anyone, taking a walk in the garden sounds nice. Plus, this will also give me another place to go to besides the kitchen, library and my room. Sure, I said, trying not to sound hesitate about accepting to go anywhere alone with her. She claims that I'm her mate, so by that alone, she shouldn't be able to hurt me. She just seems to be a really abrupt person. I don't see how the two of us could get along, I really don't. Thank you, you'll love it, Athenadora said as she walked closer to me. Without hesitating, when Athenadora got within distance, she pped her arm around me and started to lead me out of the kitchen and down the hall. I barely managed a quick goodbye to Gianna before we were leaving. I wanted to tell Athenadora to take her arm off me since it's a bit too intimate, but for some reason, I actually like having it there. Having her arm around me makes me feel safe, I guess. I shoved my pockets into my jacket pocket and decided no to mention anything about it since it's not really hurting me that it's there. It's a fairly large garden, but there's one spot in particular that I want to show you. It's towards the back and it is a bit of a walk since the paths aren't just a straight shot. I hope you don't mind the walk, Athenadora said as we turned down a hallway. The tone she used would have made anyone think that she was CMPLY telling you facts and that there was nothing you could do to change it, even with the last part of what she said. In fact, I actually wanted to take offense to her tone, but before I could give her a sarcastic remark, I replayed what she said in my mind. I could just barely make out that she seemed to actually care what I thought. Even though at face value it didn't seem like it. Something tall. Me that if I actually told her I didn't want to walk, she wouldn't make me. For someone like her, that seems like a big deal. She seems like the type of person to not really care what others think and does what she wants regardless. I don't mind, I think it would be nice. I admitted to her. Good. You can explore the whole area on your own. It's my own private garden, but this particular spot is someplace I like to go often to just clear my head, Athenadora admitted, and I couldn't help but feel touched that she would share something that personal with me when she barely knows me. I guess she did that because I'm her mate, but at the same time I'm still technically a stranger. This is probably part of their plan to get closer to me, to try and get me to fall for them. I know it has to be. I don't want them to be working out and acting on a plan. I want to be mad at Athenadora. I say only her now because it's her that's here now, because I don't want them to do that. I want to be with Edward. I want to be mad. But I can't. I haven't been here for a week and they are trying everything they can to get close to, and I hate to admit it, but I think it is working. I just have to keep in mind that I'm with Edward and that I love him and he loves me. I just have to remember that. Why that one spot? I blurted out. I felt my face redden slightly in embarrassment. I didn't mean to ask something that is that personal. I shouldn't have asked her that. That's really personal, and she had just shared something personal with me. I don't think we've known each other long enough to get personal. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked that, I said, quickly retracting my question. Before talking, Athenadora gently squeezed my waist and pulled me slightly closer to her. You can ask me anything you want. Never apologize for wanting to know more about us. I can assure you that for as many questions you want to ask us, we want to ask you more, Athenadora said as she continued to walk us through the maze-like castle. To answer your question though, I'm not going to tell you. I want you to see it. Not too much longer we made it outside. The door we went through went directly to the garden. When we walked out, we walked onto a dirt path that was surrounded by tall trees that provided complete shade on the path. The path was wide enough to be able to fit at least 3 people across comfortably. The path was lined with lights that seemed to blend in with the different flowers that lined the path with it. Each kind of flower flowed into a different kind as we continued down the path. I didn't realize that after the first turn in the path we were taking, Athenadora had released my waist and grabbed my hand instead. Each flower and tree we passed, she gave me the name and a small description. Apparently most of the trees and flowers here were picked for one reason or another. Basically it reminded the ancient of something in her past. It was actually a little like following a timeline. With each flower and tree we passed we went deeper into her past. She didn't go into details about it, just saying something like she remembered hearing about World War I breaking out at this time and remembered hearing about the New World. I couldn't pick up any correlation with the flower or tree with the memory, but Athenadora connected it somehow in her mind and I was finding myself wanting to know why. This spot is my favorite. We got it when we finally established our rule, when we joined together. Athenadora said after a few minutes of silence. Before I could ask what she was talking about, the path we were on made a sharp turn. I was able to see the other side before I could ask her about her statement. The path had turned into a large area that seemed capable of holding a large party. The trees around this circular area were so large that they covered the entire area, even though it was so big. The center of this area though was what caught my attention. Dead center was a large fountain. The fountain was of 3 women that I instantly recognized. The Volturi leaders stood together with water flowing down the arms and hands. Sulpicia was in the middle with her hands on her hips and glaring. Didym had one hand on Sulpicia's shoulder and the other on her hip. Instead of glaring in front of her, she was smiling like she had a secret. Athenadora had her hand on Sulpicia's our shoulder and her other hand on the hilt of a sword that hung on her hip. Clearly the sword was worn just for decoration since she could do more damage with her pinky than the sword could ever dream of doing. Altogether the sculptor managed to capture the power and beauty behind the 3 women. I walked up to the fountain and was very tempted to walk into the water to get closer to the amazing statue of the ancient vampires. "It's beautiful," I whispered, afraid to speak too loud and possibly ruin the serene atmosphere. I don't remember letting go of Athenadora's hand, but I did feel right away her arms wrapping around me. I felt her body press against mine and her chin rest on my shoulder. I tensed slightly at her unexpected presence, but I couldn't help but relax into her embrace. Once I felt an overwhelming of being protected and I didn't want to do anything to lose that feeling. "I'm glad you like it. I had this made a month after we established our rule. It's my favorite piece in this whole place," Athenadora said into my ear. I felt a shiver go up my spine from feeling her breath on my ear. "What do you do when you're here?" I asked as I placed my hands over hers. "The positi onward in is one that couple tend to do, but it feels so right that at the moment I don't care. I'll worry about it all later." I felt Athenadora nuzzle my neck. I could even hear her take a deep breath from her spot. "You smell so good, my dear," Athenadora said in a throaty voice, and once again a shiver shot through my back. "I usually just come here and think. Nothing else. I just think about what's happening in my life. Now I'll come here to think about you and what we will have. I look forward to it." I wasn't sure if Athenadora was talking about being able to think about what could be believing our future means we will be together. To be honest, I don't if I'm excited about it or if I still don't want it. Having Athenadora's arms around me, I'm starting to think I might actually like what they have planned. I hate to think this, but these girls are giving Edward a run for his money and I think I like that. After spending some time in the garden, just staring at everything, Athenadora led me back to my room. We had ended up staying out much later than I thought we had, but I couldn't find myself wanting to break away from her embrace. I know I shouldn't feel that way since I'm still technically with Edward. But I can't help it. Having her arms around me just made me feel so safe. If it wasn't for her saying that I should probably get some sleep, I probably would have I'd out there longer and not realize how tired I had actually gotten. Athenadora dropped me off at my room, just by the door, and lingered there as we had said goodbye. Thinking back about it, I should have realized what she had wanted to do. She seemed nervous at first, like she was afraid of what my reaction would be. She was able to quickly get over that. Before I could turn around to actually go into my room, Athenadora cupped my face and kissed me on my cheek. Her lips lingered there for a few seconds before she slowly pulled away. I was completely frozen in my spot. She winked at me, ocked my cheek as she removed her hand and then left. I'm honestly not sure if I preferred her there with me or watching her leave. I never realized how much a woman's hips could be so seductive until I watched her leave. It took nearly an hour for my mind to calm down and allow me to fall asleep. I was almost tempted to go to the library and try reading something to get my mind to calm down and let me sleep, but I thought better of it. I was sure that if I had gone to the library Didymu would probably be there and I didn't want to run into any of the leaders with my mind still on overdrive from being with Athenadora. The following morning I woke up with the sun in my face. It was partially blocked by a thin curtain so it didn't hurt my eyes but it definitely got me to wake up. I stretched my body, as most do when they wake up from a really nice sleep, and as I looked at the clock they had in here for me, I saw a red rose with a note attached to it. I knew what the red rose meant, what girl didn't? I was a little cautious of the note though, I'm not sure what to expect. I already knew without looking at that it was from the 3 leaders and so far they seemed intent on surprising me. Deciding to read the note later, I instead got ready for the day, not that I knew what I was getting ready for, mind you. Once I couldn't procrastinate anymore I finally sat at the edge of my now-made bed and picked up the rose and note. Once I detached the note from the rose, I couldn't help but smell the rose. A smile instantly lit up my face as I realized that the rose still held most of its scent. I was half expecting to not be able to smell anything. I bet Athenadora picked the rose out from her garden someplace. I placed the rose down carefully, mentally making a note to find a vase for it later and slowly opened the note. Dear beloved, as you count down the days until you leave, we count the days until you're ours. Not a day will go by that we won't show our love. We have waited centuries for you to simply be born. Not that you're here, we'll do our best to keep you. We've had centuries to plan and perfect the many ways to court our future beloved mates. Not once had we thought we would all share you. But we promise to show you, in time, all our plans. If you would be so kind as to go to the kitchen. We shall start there. Forever yours, Sulpicia, Athenadora, Didymu. It wasn't poetry and it wasn't them telling me that they were going to make me stay here no matter what. It was them warning me. They're letting me know that they have plenty of plans to get me to willingly stay with them. They're warning me that they've spent all their lives as vampires to come up with plans to win me over. I felt my face heat up with a blush as I thought of different things they could do. Edward never really courted me. All he did was ask very invasive questions about my life. I was the one that kept pulling him close. All he wanted was to know what I was thinking because he couldn't hear me. A part of me was actually excited to see what they had planned, another part felt guilty. I hated to admit it but I was more excited about seeing what they had planned than feeling guilty about it. I hesitantly left my room, expecting one of the leaders to be there. Instead there was a tall brunette leaning casually against the wall across from my door. This woman reminded me a little of Rosalie. They didn't look that much alike and this woman seemed easier going than Rosalie, but her looks reminded me of the blonde. This woman was clearly much more beautiful than the typical vampire and the clothes she wore only highlighted that fact. Once I opened the door enough for me to actually walk out instead of just peeking my head out, the woman stood up from the wall and extended a hand out towards me. Hi, my name is Heidi and I'll be protecting you today, Heidi said with a smile, clearly amused by what she had just said. I hesitantly shook hands with her. I had only hesitate because no one else had actually offered to shake my hand when they met me. Although Heidi reminds me of Emmett a little, so I'm hoping that she's just as easygoing. No offense to Jane, but it would be nice to be able to talk to someone as they basically stalked me all day. Nice to meet you, I said with an amused smile. Could you show me where the kitchen is? I still haven't memorized where it is yet. I asked as politely as I could. I don't want to seem like I'm ordering her around because that's not what I do, but at the same time, she's the only one out of the two of us that knows where anything is in this maze-like castle. Of course, it's right this way, Heidi said as she turned around and started off down the hallway, the opposite way that I thought the kitchen was. I don't remember the whole way there, but I thought it was the other way, I pointed out as I followed her. Just because I thought the kitchen was the other doesn't mean I'm going to not follow her and go where I thought I should. I'm still the lamb in the lion's den and she's keeping other vampires away. I'll follow her since the leaders told me she was the other guard member that was assigned to, guard me. Funny thing about giant castles. There's so many different ways to get to one's place, Heidi said excitedly. I thought that maybe you want to see more of the castle and take a more scenic route to the kitchen. Heidi said as she turned around to walk backwards and face me at the same time. Plus, I was told that I'm to delay you coming to the kitchen, and this is the best way I can think of to do that. Unless, do you have a better idea to delay you getting to the kitchen? Heidi asked me with a thoughtful look on her face, almost as if she was actually thinking of other options. No, I think this is the best way. But, why did they ask you to do that? I curiously asked. Obviously they had something planned and I wanted to know what it was. I was hoping Heidi would at least give some clues about what they have planned and I could then figure it out on my own. That way, Heidi wouldn't have to actually say what was planned, since I bet she wasn't allowed and would therefore not get in trouble. At least, that's what I had hoped for. I do, but they told me not to say anything. I probably said too much when I said they asked me to delay you, but oh well. I can tell you though, that there are a lot of vampires around here that are very jealous of you and would do anything to be in your position right now. Heidi said with a smile. I'm sure she meant that to be some sort of compliment. She probably wanted that to sound like I should be lucky for being me and be happy about it. To me though, it sounded actually a little scary. Vampires that are jealous about something normally aren't a good thing. If either Heidi or Jane, or actually even the leaders, made a mistake and left me alone for even just a few seconds, that could be a death sentence for me. I don't want to have to deal with jealous vampires. Especially since they're jealous of something that I don't really want. Well, that's nice, I said a little awkwardly. I didn't want to sound ungrateful for what they've done. I know that the leaders are making me stay here against my will, but they've all been really nice about it at least. They've shown me a lot of hospitality and they're making it easy to forget that I don't want to be here. They're slowly tearing down my resolve of not wanting to be here, and right now I'm not really sure if I'm okay with that or not. Don't be worried though, Heidi said, apparently picking up on what I was thinking. No one can get past either my powers or Jane's. Well, there's one off the top of my head, Jane's brother, but he's way too loyal to both the leaders and his sister to do something like that. The leaders themselves are so old that no one would stand a chance against them in a fight. Even with mine or Jane's power, they're so strong that if we did go against them, we would be too caught up in restraining them with our power to be able to do anything to you. Not that Jane, Alec or I would actually do anything to you, but I'm just saying, you're basically the safest person in the world right now. Heidi rambled off, clearly trying to cheer me up. I couldn't help but smile at her attempt. She's definitely going to someone that I could get attached to, at least more so than Jane. She seems so easygoing and carefree that it will be nice to be around her. She had stated, not specifically but she did allude to it, that because of how old the leaders are, they are stronger than the rest. So I would assume that that means the older you are, the stronger you are. From what she said, it also seems that way with powers as well. Meaning, I think at least, that the older you the more resistant you are to some powers from younger vampires, and the older you the stronger your power is. I'm not really sure about that, but I bet if I were to ask any of the three leaders they would be more than happy to tell. I'm not worried, I'm sure you guys can keep me safe. I said, making Heidi relax. I bet she would have gotten in trouble if I had been allowed to be afraid to be here and think I'm not safe. Good, because we can. Now, we are here. I'll wait outside in case I'm needed. Heidi said. The last part one bet directed towards what I'm guessing is at least one Volturi leader in the kitchen. Thank you, Heidi, I said as I walked through the door that she held open for me. I had expected to see all of them waiting for me inside, but instead all I saw was Gianna sitting down at the small table waiting for me. There were already 2 plates sitting on the table, one for her and one for me. Good morning, Gianna, I greeted as I took the seat across from her that was clearly meant for me, since that was where the other plate of food was. Good morning, did you sleep well? Gianna asked as we both started to eat since we were both seated. I blushed slightly at her question. I had told her in one of our conversations that I was afraid of not being able to get any sleep because I'm not used to this place. I had really meant that I didn't think I would get good sleep because I'm uncomfortable here and this isn't where I wanted to be, but she understood that without me having to say it. I did sleep very well last night, that's definitely not what caused me to blush. The reason I had slept so well was because of Athenadora. The whole I was getting ready to go to bed, and even a little after I had laid down, I could still smell her. I knew that sounded weird, even in my own head. But it was the truth. Athenadora's scent, more so than Edward's ever had me so relaxed last night that I don't think it would have been possible to not have a good sleep last night. I did. Thank you. Do you, by any chance, know why I was specifically asked to come here specifically? I asked Gianna, not able to contain my curiosity anymore. Gianna gave me a knowing smile as she took a sip from her cup. She obviously knew something. Now I just have to figure out how much she knew and if she would actually tell me anything. Not the specifics, no, but I do know that Sulpici was on her way here just before you got here. She should be here any second now, Gianna said as she put her cup back down. So, you don't know what she has planned? I asked, probably a little too early, which caused Gianna to chuckle at me. You are such a curious one, aren't you, young one? A sultry voice asked into my ear. The sudden voice in my ear caused me to jump slightly, almost knocking my plate off the table. I knew who it was. It was Sulpicia, but I didn't hear her come in, so naturally I didn't expect her to whisper in my ear. I could hear her chuckling behind me and could see Gianna politely trying to cover up her laughter. I'm sorry, dear, Sulpicia said in a tone that clearly stated that she wasn't sorry, she was just being polite in saying she was. Did you have anything you wanted to do today, my dear? Sulpicia asked as she stood right next to me and placed a hand on my back. Just like Athenadora last night, Sulpicia didn't seem to understand personal space. Also, like last night, I couldn't make myself be bothered by it. I knew I should have been annoyed since I knew what their plans are, but I couldn't. I liked the feeling of Athenadora against me last night, and I liked the feeling of Sulpicia's hand and general close proximity right now. Did I want to do anything today? There's several things that come to mind right now that all involve being able to go home and see Edward again. I had hoped that he would have figured out a way that we could at least communicate, but it didn't seem like that was going to happen anytime soon. I really just wanted to hear his voice so that I could regain my ability to ignore what these women are doing. Edward aside though, I really wanted to speak with Charlie. It's been a few days, nearly a week, since I had last spoken with him. The last he knew was that I was going off with Alice to go get Edward. I could only hope that the Cullen family came up with a good lie to tell Charlie about why I didn't go home with Alice and Edward. I wanted to call him and let him know that I'm okay, that I'm alive. I wouldn't of course tell him any real details about why I'm here, but I didn't want him to worry more than necessary. I want to talk with my dad, I finally answered as I lowered my fork, done with my meal. Sulpicia's hand crept up my back and landed on my shoulder, gently squeezing it as if in silent support. We can do that. We will have to make sure it's timed properly though, we're about 9 hours ahead of him. Sulpicia answered. I was almost surprised at her answer but quickly remembered her power and figured out she probably knew where I was from. From reading Edward's mind, I didn't think it was that big of a request, so I hoped they would be able to let me call home. I needed to make sure Charlie knew I was still okay. After everything I had put him through when the Cullens left, I needed to make sure he knew that I was as okay as I was going to get while over here. It's already evening there then, why don't you go and call your father, Bella, and I'll clean up here? Gianna offered as she started to gather out dishes. Before I could object and at least offer to do something to help clean up, Sulpicia took action. She grabbed my hand and gently pulled me up as she wrapped her arm around my waist and started to lead me out of the kitchen. That's a wonderful idea, Gianna, thank you so much for offering. Come, Bella, let's get you to a phone, shall we? Sulpicia said as she led us out of the kitchen, not giving me enough time to say thank you to Gianna. I think my office will be perfect for you to make this call, would you mind? There was a loud voice in my head yelling at me that this is part of her plan. If I were to go with her to her office, something will happen. Something that I probably don't want to happen will happen. There was an even louder voice was shouting at me to follow her and find out what she had planned. I was still excited about getting all this attention. The excitement as starting to overpower my concerns about Edward. I still didn't know what to think about it. That would be fine, I answered. I wasn't sure if I actually had a choice in the first place though. I'm still not sure how far I can push them. I didn't want to push them and find out that they have no tolerance for that kind of thing. Lovely, Sulpicia said as she continued to walk us down the hall. I hate to have to go over this with you, but it is my job. What do you intend to tell your father? Sulpicia asked. The look she gave me was one that told me she really didn't want to ask me that. She was the Volturi leader though. She didn't have a choice. She had to protect her kind and do her job. I couldn't blame her for asking me that. If I was in her shoes, I would have done the same thing. I don't know, I said. I was planning on just agreeing with whatever Charlie said, assuming that he would mention something about the Cullens telling him something. I'm sure Alice would have set something up to protect our secret. She had to have. I'm sure Alice gave him a good enough story for you to agree with. I'm also sure that being a concerned parent, he'll ask you relatively quickly if what he was told was true. If you choose your words carefully, I'm sure he'll tell everything you need to know, everything Alice told him. Sulpicia advised. I had figured as much. Alice, with her gift, would be able to choose her words carefully and make sure that she basically set up Charlie for the phone call that I would inevitably make. I just really hoped that Charlie would pull through and do what Sulpicia guessed he would. Sulpicia led me to a door that I had passed several times whenever I leave my room. I was about to comment on how close her office is to my room until she opened the door. Inside was not an office but a bedroom. The bedroom looked medieval with its decorations but wasn't as dark as I would think it would have been. I knew I would get you in my room soon, now I just have to work on getting you in my bed. Sulpicia whispered in my ear as she continued to lead me. My face went bright red at her words. I would never, I managed to say as we walked towards a door on one of the side walls. For now dear you wouldn't and I would never overstep those boundaries you have placed, but trust me, I will do all I can to wear them down. Sulpicia said as she opened the door. That this time actually led into the office. Here we are, feel free to make yourself at home while you make that call dear. Would you mind if I stayed though, in case you need help with coming up with something to say? Sulpicia said as she guided me to sit down in what was obviously her chair behind the desk. Half of me wanted privacy for this conversation because I'm not sure how emotional it will get. I'm sure it won't be that horrible, at least I had hoped it wouldn't be. Charlie wasn't really one with emotions, either was I for that matter. But with what I have done in the last year or so, basically ever since meeting Edward and his family, we have both started to show more emotions. He started to show more protectiveness and I started to show, well, I'm not really sure. Love, I guess. Half of me also wanted to have her here for in case our emotions got the better of us. Not only was I afraid of being able to come with a good enough story that matched what he was already told, but I was also scared of how he would react. I don't think Charlie would cut me off for leaving again without any sort of advanced notice, but then again, this is the second time I've left him. If I was in his position I wouldn't know what I would do or say. That would be awesome, in case I need help, or something. I said as I sat down. Hopefully if something did go wrong, Sulpicia would be able to fix it. Instead of grabbing a chair that was in front of the desk to be able to sit on, Sulpicia decided to just sit right on the desk, her leg nearly pressed against me. The dress she just so happened to be wearing today just so happened to have a slit on it. The way she sat made the dress slip open so that instead of the cloth of her dress almost against me, her skin on her thigh was almost against my arm. I could actually feel the cold seeping from her skin. I would be more than happy to help you if it's needed. I will always help whenever you need it, remember that dear. Sulpicia saw it as she handed me an old-fashioned looking phone. The look she gave me was one of pure sincerity, she truly meant what she said, but so did Edward and I could see where that had led me. For some reason, I seemed to have more faith in Sulpicia keeping her word. With a deep breath I dialed the number that would connect me to Charlie and I mentally crossed my fingers that this conversation wouldn't go that bad. I was very thankful that this phone had a cord. It gave my fingers something to mess with as I waited for Charlie to answer the phone. It was also a good distraction from Sulpicia's thing. That she didn't seem to have a problem having so close to me. I twirled the cord around my finger as the phone kept ringing in my ear. A part of me hoped that Charlie wouldn't answer and that I put off this conversation for a little bit, at least another day. I knew this was going to be a hard conversation to have because no matter what Alice told Charlie, he's going to be mad. He's going to be mad that I left again for Edward and that basically Edward is hurting our family again. More than being angry though, Charlie would be disappointed. Charlie would be disappointed that I had picked Edward once again after everything he had done to me. Charlie had said, several times actually, that Edward was a bad influence on me. Charlie would be more upset that I left for Edward than the fact that I left. After the third ring someone finally answered, but it wasn't who I was expecting. "Hello," a gruff voice answered. I nervously looked at Sulpicia before slightly turning away from her in a weird attempt for privacy. It didn't matter if I faced away from her or even had her wait in the other room, she would still be able to hear me. I didn't think Billy would be there. I didn't think he would answer Charlie's phone. Hi Billy, it's Bella. I nervously answered back, not sure of exactly what to say at the moment. There was a moment of silence. I didn't know if Billy didn't say an why thing right away because he didn't really think it was me or if he didn't know what to say because he knew exactly where I was at the moment. I doubted Jake wouldn't have told his father about me leaving. I actually bet the whole pack knew by now. I didn't want Billy to know where I still was. I knew his stance on vampires and I was afraid he would talk with Charlie and get him to make me come home or threaten to come get me. I couldn't let the latter option happen. "Where are you, Bella?" Billy demanded in his gruff voice. He sounded mad, like really mad. The tone of his voice made me aware that he knew exactly where I was and who I was with. I didn't want Billy to know though, maybe he had the wrong facts. I didn't know how far Alice's story would reach and I didn't want to risk contradicting it. "Is Dad there?" I asked, ignoring his question. As soon as I asked the question I heard some movement in the background and what sounded like a man yelling at Billy but I couldn't make out what the man was saying. Suddenly, the phone was taken from Billy. I could tell because Billy had yelled out an "Hey! Bells!" Charlie yelled into the phone in a relieved voice. I briefly wondered if Billy had intended on keeping the phone away from Charlie a little bit longer to talk with me. I really hoped that wasn't the case but either way I didn't have to worry about it because Charlie was the phone now. "Dad, I'm so sorry for not calling sooner," I said quickly. I relaxed further into the chair I was sitting in, ready to handle the call better now that Charlie was on the phone and not Billy. Sulpicia rested one elbow on her knee and leaned her chin onto the palm of her hand as she leaned forward to give me more attention. "Are you all right, Bella?" Charlie asked. I'd bet anything that he wanted to ask more about where I am and what I'm doing, but being that he's my dad, he wanted to make sure that I'm okay first and foremost. I looked nervously at Sulpicia. I wanted to tell Charlie that I'm basically here against my will and that he should involve some government stuff and then with fear of exposure, just let me go home. I really wanted to do that because then I could go home to not only Charlie but also to Edward. I could pretend none of this ever happened. I knew that could never happen though. If I were to do that, that would probably get Charlie in a lot of trouble and I couldn't do that to him. So instead of doing what I wanted to do, I'll have to lie. I just hope Charlie mentions what Alice told him soon so that I won't have to be on this call for too long talking about what I'm doing here. "I'm fine, Dad, I promise," I said honestly. I was fine. They hadn't done anything to hurt me in any way. I didn't actually think they could hurt me if they wanted to since they claim I am their mate. If they're telling the truth, that is good, Charlie said, followed by an awkward silence. I wasn't sure what to say and clearly either did Charlie. I had only wanted to call him and let him know that I'm alive and that I'm okay. I hadn't really planned much further than that. Sulpicia reached a hand down and started to rub my back in a gentle manner. She probably meant that as a way to calm me down since by just looking at the way I was messing with the phone cord around my finger I was nervous about how the conversation was going to continue. Surprisingly, her action had helped to calm me down a little. It also helped that she didn't stop after rubbing my back for 2 seconds, she kept it up. I knew I shouldn't have liked it, but I did and it actually helped me come up with what I said next. "What have you been up to, Charlie?" It wasn't the best question I could have thought of and the smirk on Sulpicia's face told me she agreed, but it was all I could think of to break the silence. "What have I been up to? My daughter goes missing. I find out she's with 2 other friends who haven't even graduated high school yet and then I find out that she's apparently gotten a job on the other side of the country without even telling me. Charlie said practically all in one breath. Charlie sounded very annoyed, mad and relieved all at the same time. At least through that little rant, which I'm pretty sure is the longest either of us have ever talked to each other before, I found out what Alice said to Charlie. Well, at least a little. Apparently I got a job somewhere in the United States. Thank whoever that Charlie doesn't have collar it and that he doesn't look at his phone bill, he only pays it. Now I just had to figure out what kind of job I got and why Charlie hasn't bought haired trying to make me let him come visit me at wherever he thinks I am. Yeah, sorry. I said, trying to sound as sincere as possible. From the heavy sigh I just heard from Charlie, he may have bought it. I know, Bells. I was just worried, especially you're now just calling me. I'm upset though that you couldn't tell me. I would have been happy that you signed up for this internship. Why would have liked to say goodbye, since we don't know when you'll get to visit next. Charlie said, sounding more like himself. An internship. That's what Alice had come up with. Well, at least it worked. I think I could actually work with that. I know, Dad. I'm sorry, it was just a really good opportunity. I lied while mentally crossing my fingers that he would believe me. I heard him let out a heavy sigh while I'm sure he either rubbed his forehead or the back of his head. I know, Bells, it's just, I would have liked a little warning, I don't like that you can just disappear on me whenever you want. Charlie said in a sad tone. I was about to say something that might comfort him since clearly he's still mad at me, but he beat me to talking. I'm afraid that with how easy it is for you to leave that one day you won't come back. Charlie said, insecurity clear in his voice. I opened my mouth to say that I would never leave him, but a sideways glance at Sulpicia had me rethink that. According to their laws, I will have no choice but to disappear eventually, and I won't be able to go back to Charlie. No matter what they claim me to be, if they're telling the truth or not. With the Volturi knowing I know their secret, there's no way they can let me live as a human. At least they wouldn't be able to do that and not become hypocrites, which I didn't think any of them would be okay with being called that. I'm sorry, Dad, it's just I didn't want you to worry about me traveling this far and I didn't think I would actually get it. Once I was accepted, everything just moved so fast. I'm so sorry. I said, holding back a sob that wanted to break through at how much I had hurt Charlie. He hasn't even mentioned the Cullens yet and why I would have suddenly been with them after they left me and hurt me as much as they did. I didn't think Charlie would mention that. I'm sure he was just so relieved to have heard from me and to know that I'm okay that he was okay with overlooking that. After a few seconds of silence that was quickly becoming awkward, Charlie cleared his throat and talked in much more calmer voice than the upset one he was just using. So, how's the job then? Everything easy, I hope? Charlie asked. I didn't know, again, what Alice had said to him, so I was afraid to go into too much detail about what I was doing, or at least what I would claim I would be doing. Without even thinking about it, I looked to Sulpicia with a silent plea for help with coming with some sort of lie. I didn't have any idea what to say, and I had hoped that, being a VA Empire with the ability to think a lot faster than me, she could at least come up with a good enough lie that's vague enough to not mess things up. Sulpicia, understanding right away what I wanted, leaned in closer to me, placing her lips right next to my ear. I did everything I could to not make any sound so that Charlie wouldn't think that something was happening, but I couldn't stop the shiver. Hat ran through my body when I felt Sulpicia's unneeded breath on my ear. Tell him it's as easy as I make it, the boss is really nice. Sulpicia whispered in a sultry voice. The hidden meaning in her words were definitely not lost on me. I knew she meant about what her and her co-leaders are doing to me. I knew she meant that I'm the one being difficult about it. But can you blame me? I have Edward, I love him. I couldn't just forget about so easily and walk into their arms. It's all right, Dad, a lot of busy work, but I guess that's what interns are for. I said. I was going to ask how he was doing. To not only get the focus off of me but also because I wanted to make sure that he was in fact doing okay since I'm not there right now. Before I could ask though, I was cut off by Athenadora walking into the office. There you are, Bella, Athenadora said, loud enough so that Charlie could clearly hear her. I was wondering where you had taken off to. I'm going to show you around a little bit more now that your break is up. Didim said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. You're only on break, Bells. Let me let you go then. I don't want you to get in trouble while you're so new there. Call me W. He never you can though and we'll talk some more okay? Charlie said, clearly still concerned on my well-being. Sure Charlie, I said in a resigned voice. There's no way that I could convince Charlie, after what he had just heard, that I really didn't need to go and that I could still talk with him. A part of me though was glad that I could get off the phone since I knew either I or Charlie were phone people, or talkers for that matter. I'll call you as soon as I can. I promised. Charlie quickly accepted that and we hung up. As soon as I did, I glared at Athenadora for interrupting the important phone call when she really didn't need to. You're really sexy when you try to glare at me. I should piss you off more often. Athenadora said as she walked towards the desk I was sitting at. My face went bright red from her words and before I could try and defend myself Didum made her appearance. Don't listen to her Bella, she knows what she did to your phone call was bad and I'm willing to be at that if you ask her to do anything she would. Didum said as she stood next to Athenadora. She really would do anything you told her to do. Sulpicia said, not helping with my blush and causing her and Athenadora to laugh at my expense. Although her blushing is just good, it makes her smell even better. Athenadora said with a smile. I know something that would make her smell even better. Sulpicia said from her still too close spot next to me. I stood up right away, intent on making a quick getaway, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm not the most graceful person. Instead of just simply pushing the chair back and away from and me slipping away from being behind the desk, I ended up knocking over the chair and then tripping on the leg of the chair. With 3 vampires in the room that claimed to love me, I naturally didn't fall flat on my face. I was caught. I caught you. Does that mean I get a prize? Athenadora said as she held onto me. I was still at such an angle from falling. Lucky. Athenadora somehow turned me so that I was facing up instead of down, that if she were to let go of me I would still fall. Yeah, you win a prize, I said with a smile and while doing my best to ignore the blush still on my face. The smile on Athenadora's face got even bigger because I'm sure she wanted a kiss or something for catching me. You can show me the way to the kitchen, I'm hungry, I said with an innocent smile. Athenadora lowered her head a little in disappointment before lifting me back onto my feet and guided me out the door and towards the hall to the kitchen. Sulpicia and Didum chuckled for a couple minutes behind us at Athenadora's expense. Once we got about halfway to the kitchen, I knew that because the decorations were starting to become familiar to me, Sulpicia stopped us. You know, I was planning on having some more alone time with Bella and you two rudely interrupted us. Sulpicia said. The last part had a bit of a growl in her voice. We can't help it if we could. Keep our hands off of Bella any longer, Athenadora said while slightly lifting our joined hands. Says the one that caught her and is now holding her hand. Didum said in a hushed voice that was laced with jealousy. Be that as it may, we had agreed earlier that I could spend some alone time with Bella, if she didn't mind and you both interrupted it. So Bella, dear, if you don't mind, would you mind if I took you to a nice bistro that I have as good? Sulpicia asked as she moved to be in front of me. The first thing that ran through my mind was that she's asking me on a date. The next thing that went through my mind was that the first thing Edward and I did was him taking me out for food. The third thing though, something I had to actually try really hard to ignore, was that I really wanted it to be a date. The moment that went through my mind though, I quickly discarded it because I was still with Edward. I can't go on a date with someone else, that's cheating and I'm not a cheater. I should just say no. That's the best thing to do. I shouldn't lead them on like I have been. I keep getting closer to them when I should be distancing myself because I want Edward. Like a date, so, my mouth needs to learn to speak what my mind tells it to, they need to work together. My face went red as the question came out of my mouth. All 3 women, whom had quickly gathered to be in front of me at an inhuman pace, smirked at me. The smirk had a slightly predator undertone to it. Love, when we ask you to go on our first date, I can assure you, you will know it. Athenadora said as she gently moved a piece of hair behind my ear. My dear, our first date will not be to some random restaurant. It will be something you will remember forever, Sulpicia said. Now that it seems you are eager for that first date though. We will have to plan faster so that we can have that first date. Didim said with a smile. I just want to take you out of this castle so that you can see more of this little town we live in. What do you say, Bella? Sulpicia asked, fortunately getting back on topic and ignoring my flushed face. Sure, I stuttered, still very embarrassed about my assumption and slightly worried about what they might be planning now. Sulpicia practically beamed at me, took my hand and started leading me down another hallway that I wasn't familiar with. I barely had enough time to say goodbye to the other two, who seemed to decide to do their own thing now, before Sulpicia started a new conversation. If you don't mind me asking, since we haven't had the time, how old are you? Sulpicia asked, obviously starting a round of get-to-know-you questions. I'm 18, I said, barely managing to leave out the sorrow from my voice because of the memories of my birthday party brought up. So, by the United States law, you are legal, Sulpicia said in a teasing voice, making me blush a little. Why did you sound so sad when you answered though? Sulpicia asked, her tone full of curiosity and concern. I had thought I had kept the sadness from my voice, but I guess vampire hearing was able to pick it up. I just didn't like what had happened at my birthday party is all. I admitted to her. For some reason I didn't seem to have a filter around these women. It's almost as if I wanted them to know everything about me and to an extent, vice versa. It shouldn't be that way though, I should only want to know everything about Edward. If you don't mind me asking, why is that? Sulpicia asked as she led me into a big room. It's the reception room that we had first arrived here, when I still had Edward and Alice. Gianna was at her desk typing away on her compute just like normal, at least until she noticed Sulpicia and I walking in. Was there something I can get you? Gianna asked quickly as she stood from her desk. No, nothing at all. We're just going for a visit to that restaurant you told us about. Sulpicia said, not slowing her pace down at all and barely giving a glance towards the other human in this place. Gianna nodded to show she heard Sulpicia, sat back down and started typing away again on her computer. Sulpicia opened the doors and led me through another hall that I'm fairly certain led outside. I was proved right when we turned a corner and large doors greeted not that far ahead of us. The doors, as with most castles, were large and decorated to match the rest of the castle but also very clearly led outside because I could see the light from underneath the door. When Sulpicia opened the door, I had to close my eyes briefly to get used to being in direct sunlight again. After a few seconds, giving Sulpicia time to use a mechanism to close the door, for appearance's sake of course, I was able to finally open my eyes and look out towards the square. The town was basically built around the doorstep of the castle. Everything is within walking distance from here. The restaurant we're going to is this way, a very short walk. When we get there, perhaps you can tell me what happened at your party. Sulpicia asked, clearly eager to hear more about my life. I don't if I can tell it here, it involves the Cullens. I said, hinting that it involved vampirism in some way. Her hand tightened around mine briefly, giving me the impression that she thought the worst of what could have possibly happened at the party. Although, I guess technically the worst did happen, no. That I blamed Jasper at all nor am I mad at him, but the worst thing to happen around vampires did happen. I'm sure there is a way you can. Sulpicia said, apparently not concerned that I could end up giving away literally the biggest secret the entire species has. I was actually a little touched by how much faith she had in me. I'm sure that she would be able to get me stop talking easily if I did start to give away their secret, but still, it's nice to know she had this much trust in me already. The walk really was short. In less than 5 minutes we were already at the little bistro-type place that apparently Gianna had recommended. I made a quick mental note to thank her later whether or not this place is any good because it was still nice of her to recommend a place. The moment we walked into the place, Sulpicia had all eyes on her. Some though, my ego was proud to admit, had eyes on me. Once we started following the host to our table, everyone had gone back to staring at their company and not us. Even with Sulpicia's vampire lure, people were polite enough to not stare and a part of me was glad no one was staring at her anymore. As soon as that thought had crossed my mind though, Sulpicia did something that garnered people to stare at us. The host, as I'm sure it was literally part of his job description, started to pull out my chair for me. He was only able to pee it about halfway before Sulpicia intervened. "I've got it from here, thank you," Sulpicia said as she took the chair out of the host's hands. One wouldn't think that would garner the attention of some of the other patrons. But the tone and aggression Sulpicia showed was a bit too much. So naturally, people had to start staring again. Luckily once I was seated and Sulpicia was, and of course once she glared at some of the people staring, we were left alone in our little corner of the restaurant. I'm pretty that was his job. I mildly scolded Sulpicia once I had all her attention again. I know it was his job. But when it comes to you, I'll be the chivalrous one, Sulpicia said with a smile. It was that smile that made it click in my head what had happened, and I gave her a smile of my own. "You were jealous," I pointed out, amused by her being jealous by such a simple thing. "Of course I was. You're mine and I can and will do stuff like for you, not someone else," Sulpicia said, pouting just a little afterwards. It took all my willpower to not coo at how cute I thought she looked right now. Something you should know is that newly mated vampires tend to be a bit possessive with each other. Clearly you don't demonstrate those characteristics since you're human, but we will. Since we're so old, we will be able to tone a lot of it down, but not all the time. If we get too much, just tell us and we'll back off. We won't be happy about it at the time, but we'll do it to keep you happy," Sulpicia explained just as our waitress got there. "I'm going to have to remember that and everything else they have told me about the mating. I'm just so used to how things are with Edward, that how they act just throws me off." "So, what happened at your party?" Sulpicia asked once the waitress had left. I had let Sulpicia do all the ordering because naturally the waitress spoke Italian and I was at a complete as to how to order even a simple glass of water. "Well, you know how clumsy I am, right?" I asked her with a smile, trying to start off this conversation on a light note. The slight frown she had as she nodded her head though said that she was already thinking the worst. "I'm actually surprised she didn't get all this from when she read Edward's mind, unless she wants me to tell her. Maybe she thinks it will show I'm getting more comfortable with her something, but honestly it's just because I don't mind talking about. What I mind talking about is what happened afterwards. I was opening one of my gifts that I didn't actually want in the first, not that I hold anything against them for had happened or anything because it was just an accident. But when I was opening one of them, I got a paper cut and started to bleed. Jasper couldn't contain himself and tried to get at me. Edward ed me out of the way and I accidentally fell onto a table with glass on it and got cut up even more. Everyone but Carlisle had to leave until I was stitched up and even then I went straight home," I said, for once telling someone what happened. I had to talk in a hushed voice so that no one else could hear me, but I'm guessing Sulpicia had requested a secluded table as the host had started walking us to our table because we are in a bit of a secluded area. Sulpicia's eyes darkened slightly in what was clearly anger. She closed her eyes and took several deep breaths that actually seemed to calm her down. I had thought vampires couldn't do that because with all the sense of everyone, it could end being too much for them and cause them to lose control of themselves. Apparently Sulpicia worked the opposite, or at least I had thought she did until she opened her eyes to show once again bright red eyes and explained what she just did. Either I looked really confused or she can just read me that easily. I really hope it's the former. "Your scent overrides everyone else's because as you already know it is very strong. Because you are my mate, your scent is very calming when I'm upset," Sulpicia said but stopped talking as our waitress appeared again and put down my plate of food in front of me. I didn't know what it was, but it looked good, so I dug right in since I was hungry. "You didn't fall into that glass, my dear. Edward recklessly pushed you into it. Granted, he didn't do it on purpose, he still should have known what was behind you and how strong he had pushed you away. He was reckless and didn't think things through like he could and should have." The tone Sulpicia used meant that she didn't want to talk about that particular subject anymore, so I let it drop. I really wanted to argue that Edward would have never done something like that, but it's kind of hard to dispute when it just happened a few months ago. It's also hard to argue against her when she said Edward didn't do it on purpose, that it was simply an accident that he could have avoided. She wasn't blaming him for what actually happened, just that he didn't do anything to prevent it. I also couldn't argue Beck. She has literally read every thought he's ever had, including what had happened at that particular time, so she would, aside from Edward, would be the expert of what did and what could have happened. The rest of the meal was filled with meaningless questions as I finished eating. I had asked simple things about what she's done and seen in her life, and she asked me simple things like my favorite color and school subject. I was actually just about to take another sip from my glass when I saw Sulpicia's eyes focus on something just over my shoulder. About a minute later, Heidi appeared right next to me. "There's a minor matter that needs your attention, Master. I was sent here to replace you," Heidi said with her head just slightly bowed in respect. Sulpicia was quick to take hold of Heidi's hand so that she could know all of what has happened. "I'm sorry, my dear. It seems there was an incident involving exposure and my presence is requested. I'll make sure to see you later if time permits, if not tonight, tomorrow for sure," Sulpicia said, then made a hasty retreat out the restaurant and I'm sure back to the castle. Once Sulpicia was out of sight, Heidi took her time to sit down in Sulpicia's spot and then sat there for a few seconds. After I'm sure Sulpicia was out of hearing range, was when Heidi finally spoke up. "So, Bella, I see that Sulpicia fancies you. Might I ask what your intentions are concerning her?" Heidi asked with a straight face. I instantly felt like I was some random guy that was taking out a girl for the first time and was about to get third degree from the father. I felt like I was about to be in for an interesting time while I was alone with Heidi. Heidi kept looking at me expectantly, waiting for my response. I had no idea what I was going to tell her. I knew that I wanted to tell her that my intentions were to put up with the three for a year and then leave and live the rest of my life, both as a human and vampire, with the Cullens. I had decided now that it was known that a human knew of vampires, Edward would have no choice but to change me. Other words, his family would be at risk of being killed and he wouldn't do that. "Don't think too hard about Bella, I'm only playing. Although, I would like to know how you like this place so far," Heidi said, thankfully changing the subject. "Well, what I've seen so far, this seems like a really nice place," I answered truthfully. This place, both outside and even inside the castle, seemed like a really nice place to live. It's all beautiful and it's just something that I could never see in Forks, probably in most of the US. I would love to see more of this place, especially since I'll be here for a year. I remember when I first came here I fell in love with the beauty of it," Heidi said. For a moment she seemed to look off into space, like she was reminiscing of a time long past. "How long have you been here?" I asked, breaking the silence. I didn't want to sit here, bored while Heidi drifted off into space thinking about something that probably happened long before I was even born. "A while," Heidi answered, not really snapping out of whatever memory she was in. "Were you always a part of the Volturi?" I asked, trying to start some sort of conversation. That question luckily snapped Heidi out her reverie. "No, I was part of another coven at one point. That coven has long since been broken up though. I didn't know where I wanted to go and I happened to be traveling through Italy at the time and was spotted by Sulpicia and she offered me a place in the guard," Heidi explained. I like talking to Heidi. She has no problem giving me facts and sharing her story. I know she doesn't have to, and I feel like I'm becoming a gossiper since I want to know more about their lives, all of them, they've all lived so long that I'm sure they have seen a lot of things and have lots of stories to share. "I thought they don't leave the castle?" I asked, briefly remembering Edward mentioning at one point that the leaders of the Volturi never leave their castle. "Just rumors. They leave a lot, it's just no one really sees them outside of the castle because they don't want to spot it. They do go outside though, whenever they want," Heidi answered. Heidi looked just past me and she seemed to not even hide that she was clearly looking at something over my shoulder and listening to something that I had no chance in hearing. It only lasted a couple seconds until her focus was on me again. "Are you finished?" Heidi asked. I would have taken offense to it, but before I had the chance to I looked a little closer to our surroundings. The way the sun was coming down now, the way back was getting a little full of sunlight. So Heidi would have to be careful to make sure she didn't get in the way of the sun. If I hadn't noticed that I would have felt rushed, like Heidi was trying to get me to go back to the castle prematurely, but I can understand why she would now. She doesn't want to get exposed. "Yeah, I'm good," I answered. Heidi wasted no time in paying for everything and just like Alice used to do, hooked arms with me and started to lead me towards what I'm guessing is an entrance to the castle. This wasn't the same way I had left, but I'm sure there are multiple ways to go in and out of the large castle. I'm sure there are even more hidden ones like the one I had first used with Edward and Alice. The walk back into the castle was a silent one. Heidi didn't seem bothered about not talking, and I was happy just looking at the new scenery of the town and then eventually the castle. If I had to be honest, I would have to say that for most of the walk I was thinking about why I was okay with Heidi hooking our arms like she did. She did so with a familiarity that I didn't think we had. I had only ever been this close with Alice, friend-wise. I wasn't even really as close to Jacob as I was with Alice. Yet, here's Heidi, hooking our arms like friends, like we've known each other for a while. I didn't know what to think about it. I didn't know if I liked it or hated, but I didn't pull my arm away. I kept it there. I didn't want to replace Alice as my best friend, but having a friend here wouldn't be all that bad. When we finally got back to the castle, and had already started to weave our way through the halls, that was when Heidi finally deemed it appropriate to break the silence we were in. "So, where would you like to go? We have to wait until the sun's a little further down and then we can back into if you want, or you can just do something here," Heidi asked as we apparently walked aimlessly. "I'm not really sure," I answered right away. "I'm still not 100% sure on what liberties I'm allowed to take around here. I know the leaders, have said I can do what I want. But I'm just not really sure. I feel weird, and rude, for just coming in here and walking around this place like I own by doing anything I want. That's just not me, and well, it's rude. Well, I know Athenadora is in her garden, so you can go there and visit her. Didymu is in her study reading a book and Sulpicia is in her office reading. So you can go to one of them, or you can off and do your own thing," Heidi suggested, not so sneakily giving suggestions that would put me with one of the leaders. I hadn't really wanted to see any of them, since what they did earlier was more than what I wanted to happen. But a walk through the gardens sounded nice. It really was a pretty place. Athenadora had done well with not only taking care of it but also putting it together. The design of the garden is just amazing. Would it be possible if I could read a book in the garden? I asked hesitantly. I know Heidi's point of pointing out where the three women were was so that I could spend some more time with them and more than likely talk with them, but I think reading sounds like a good thing right now. I can see myself wasting hours in that garden just reading. Although, I'm not sure how long I would be able to handle it, because there's not really a comfortable spot since there's only the uncomfortable looking benches and the ground to lay on to read. Of course, you can do what you want. Do you have a book in mind and I can let you find out a spot to read in the garden while I get the book, or do you want to browse the library?" Heidi asked, surprising me a little. I hadn't. She thought she was allowed to leave my side, to leave me alone for protection. I guess though, since Athenadora said it was her own private garden, she wouldn't be allowed to go in there. That and Athenadora is in there. So I'm sure she would be able to protect me if a random guard member decided that the garden didn't need to be so private. "I would like to read Wuthering Heights," I answered quickly. "It's my favorite book and I think getting lost in its familiar world would help to make me not so nervous about being here away from everything that I know and love." "I haven't read that one," Heidi mused as she started to lead me towards the garden, I'm assuming, with more of a purpose. "I know where it is though, or at least the general area." I only nodded my head in acknowledgement before falling into silence again. I wasn't really sure what to talk about with Heidi, especially since I didn't really know her. With Alice, at first she did most of the talking until I got to know her better, and then the conversation just really flowed easily between us. I don't know if it will be that way with Heidi, but I hope so, unless I want to get used to the silence whenever I'm not with one of the Aiders, since I don't predict Jane being a conversationalist. Heidi led me right up to the door that led to the garden, but didn't go in with me. "She knows you are in there, so if you need anything, just call out and she'll be there," Heidi explained as I walked into the courtyard turned garden. "When I get the book, I'll give it to her and she'll give it to you when you ask for it, when you picked out your spot to read in," Heidi explained. I thanked her for getting the book for me before I walked further into the garden. I want to try and explore this place a little more and try and figure out just how big this garden is. I may end up asking Athenadora to show me where the fountain is that she showed me and read there. Although, She did say that was a place that she liked to escape to. It didn't feel right to just take over her space. I'll just have to find a place that I like. I'm sure a garden as big as I've been told it is will have more than one fountain. The path I took was lined with the same kind of flowers. What kind of flowers? I have no idea, but they are pretty. I'm sure if I were to ask, there's probably a reason that Athenadora had the same flower put down this path. As the other path she had taken me down was lined with different flowers that told her life story. As I walked further down the path I did run into a couple different benches, but none of the locatio. With the benches seemed like a place I wanted to just relax and read. I decided to take a couple turns onto side paths, hoping that veering from the path I was on would lead someplace else. Luckily, I was right. I eventually ran into a dead end on one of the smaller paths I had veered off into. This dead end was a half-circle shape and was completely shaded by trees. I couldn't see any part of the sky, and I completely fell in love with this spot. The kind of trees and flowers that Athenadora had planted here seemed to let out a fragrance that had me totally relaxed. I didn't recognize the types of trees or flowers, but it all blended so well in this shady sanctuary. I went to the back of this hidden area and laid down on my back. The grass in this area seemed to grant the ground just softness to where even though I was lying on the ground, it wasn't really that uncomfortable. Before I could gather the courage to call for Athenadora, I will admit that I was slightly afraid to call for reasons that I'm not entirely sure right now. I heard just barely noticeable footsteps approaching me. Athenadora was letting me know that she was approaching. This place is really relaxing. I commented to let her know that I knew she was here. The footsteps instantly stopped and instead I heard her sitting down next to me. I knew that this scene could turn romantic very quickly. After Edward and I did spend a lot of time in similar positions in our meadow, so I kept my eyes looking straight up and away from the ancient vampire next to me. There are a couple places similar to this one scattered around the garden. Athenadora commented in an uncharacteristically tired voice. I didn't even think of what I was going to say to that. If I had, I would have preferred to just stay silent and eventually asked for the book that she supposedly has. What's wrong? I blurted out. My face went red right away from my sudden question. It's not that I thought I was rude for asking, it's actually a common thing for friends, to ask. So, the question itself is not what embarrassed me, it's the fact that I asked that I'm concerned. Just yesterday, or even really just a few hours ago, I doubt I would have asked how any of them were doing. That builds a stronger connection with them, and that's not what I want to do. I have to keep separated from them so that I can make sure that their plan for me doesn't happen. I have to keep indifferent or even just plain mad at them so that I can return to Charlie, to Forks, to the Cullens, and most importantly, so I can return to Edward. We just happened to come across some information about something that we would rather not have heard. Athenadora vaguely explained. I was more than happy to leave it alone, and at the time, it seemed like she was too. I was just about to ask for the book, since what I thought was an appropriate amount of silence had passed since I had asked her what was wrong had passed, when I felt something heavy land on my stomach. She had tossed the book on me. Thank you for passing this on to me, I said, not bothering to say anything about her tossing a book at me. I'm sure she really wouldn't have cared what I had to say about it anyways. It's no problem, it's not like Heidi is allowed in here, Athenadora said with a wave of her hand. I turned over, away from her, and propped myself up on my arms to start reading. It didn't take me long to lose myself in the novel's world and ignore my surroundings. I would have been happy to stay there until I either got hungry or tired, but something hard lying gently on my back took my attention away from the fantasy world I had fallen into. I looked behind me, barely turning my upper body to look, and saw Athenadora laying down with the head on me. My first reaction was to roll away from and get her off of me. But I didn't move. I just stared at her for a couple seconds. She seemed much more relaxed than what I'm really used to seeing. It seems like this garden washes away all her worries and calms her down into a nicer person. She doesn't seem like the strict uptight person that I first met. Ignoring her, I went back to reading. It's not so wrong to have her lay her head on my back. Friends do that all the time, I'm sure of it. So, I guess I can be okay with it. I mean, it's not like she's hurting me or anything. The next time she moved, I almost screamed because the only indicator I had that she moved was her voice suddenly right next to my ear, so close that I could actually feel her breath. I know I at least jumped at the sudden closeness. But at least I didn't scream. That would have been more embarrassing. "What are you reading?" Athenadora asked. It took me a couple seconds to be able to calm down again so that I could answer her. Before I did though, I not so subtly shifted away from her. This was followed, and I should have known she would do this, with her moving closer to me than she was last time. I could actually feel her body pressed against mine, and I hated to admit this, but feeling the coldness seeping from her body to mine felt really nice. "Wuthering Heights, it's my favorite book," I answered, for some reason added the last part. There was no real reason why I should have told her that, but it just seemed like the thing to add on. "You love reading, don't you?" Athenadora asked as a whisper. While she asked, obviously the question was a distraction from what she was doing, she moved her arm to drape around my waist and pulled me slightly closer to her. I do," I answered, keeping my answer short and sweet. Hopefully this will clue her in that I would rather not talk with her right now. I tried to move away from her. I shouldn't be this close to her anyways because not even Ice and I ever laid like this next to each other, but obviously Athenadora had other plans. Keeping me from moving away from her, she put her chin down on my shoulder and looked at the book, probably reading the page I was on. "I guess you'll eventually spend a lot of time in the library. I'm sure Dee will love that. She loves that place," Athenadora commented. I started to panic slightly and I wanted to come up with a way to get away. It wasn't that I was uncomfortable with her practically laying on me. I wasn't even concerned with how our positions would look to someone else if they happened to see. I was concerned and slightly afraid that I didn't actually mind being here next to the ancient. A part of me, a much larger part than I would like to admit, actually really liked being here next to her. "I think I'm going to go make me dinner," I quickly said, this being the first thing I could think of to get away from what I was starting to feel about what's going on right now. "What a shame, I was very comfortable," Athenadora said with a sigh of clear annoyance. She quickly stood up, taking the book I was reading with her and held out her hand to me to help me up. "I'll walk you there." I actually think that Gianna is already there preparing something now. I hesitantly took her hand and she effortlessly pulled me up. It wasn't until we had left the dead end that I realized that I hadn't. She even tried to remove my hand from hers. I didn't intertwine our fingers, that was definitely all her, but I didn't mind having my hand in hers. I'll have to do something fast because I'm actually starting to get afraid that I'm really starting to get used to these women and I don't want to be. The walk to the kitchen was silent and as we got closer to our destination, I started to feel more guiltier about what I had done with Athenadora. I know we didn't actually do anything, but I still felt like I had done something wrong since I had gotten so comfy with her and I'm still with Edward. So I'm confused about how I can feel that way with her when I shouldn't be, I just can't be. But that's another thought that has threatened to take over all my thoughts. Am I really still with Edward? I mean, I did come all the way here to save him and obviously we were both really happy that we were able to see each other again. But, he did leave me and even though we hugged and clung to each other. Well, I more or less cling to him and he just held me in an unclingy way, but I wouldn't necessarily say we actually got back together. I mean, he literally left me and took my family away. There's definitely some talking that needs to be done about that. I know I was really happy to see and I don't regret being so happy about it. But before things could have gone back to normal we would have needed to talk about what he did. There's no choice, because he left and because of how easily he left me and took his family with him, I'm actually a little afraid of easily he would be able to do it again while I'm still human. I'm concerned and I shouldn't have to feel that way about our relationship, so obviously we would have needed to talk. But we didn't get the chance to. The Volturi leaders took away our chance to reconcile and go back to normal. With them though, without having to even be in their arm, which is something that I shouldn't allow to happen too often if at all, I actually feel safe with them. Even when I'm not in their presence, I feel safe just being here in the general or around them. With Edward, I did feel safe, but there was always that underlining feeling. Gee, that I was walking a very thin line of being safe and being in danger, and all from the same person. I understand that Edward was really tempted by my blood, and I really did have all the confidence in the world that he wouldn't hurt me. But the feeling was still there, and it shouldn't be. With the three ancients, I feel like I could cut myself and bleed all over them, and they would mind helping get me cleaned and patched up. I feel like they wouldn't be tempted that much by my blood. Edward, though, he wouldn't, and based off of history, wouldn't be able to stay in the same room or even same general area as me until I'm all patched up, and even then it would still be risky for him to be there. Good evening, Gianna greeted as we walked into the kitchen. I hadn't even realized we were already there. Athenadora didn't bother to respond to Gianna's greeting, and before I could, Athenadora was talking to me. I'm going to go now because I really don't want to be around this rank smell of your food. Athenadora started but was cut off. I don't know what he goal was by starting off a conversation that way, so I'm kind of happy she was cut off. Oh please Dora, it's not that bad, and it's not like you've had centuries to get used to it, Sulpicia said as she glided into the kitchen. Athenadora's hand was still firmly clasping mine, so I was a little shocked when Sulpicia walked up to me and grabbed my free hand. Sulpicia got to me just as she finished talking, and without hesitation, she leaned in and kissed both of my cheeks in greeting. Instantly I felt my face burn up, and I looked away from both of the grinning ancients. I know that kissing cheeks is a common greeting in some places, but I feel like that's not a typical greeting Sulpicia does, and that it was a greeting just for me. A full face blush from just a simple kiss on the cheek. I wonder what we'll get when we kiss much more pleasing areas. Athenadora mused out loud, not at all helping with my blush. I'm not sure, but I am very much looking forward to finding out. Sulpicia responded, but was kind enough to quickly change subjects. I'm actually here to replace Eudora. I have a request to ask of her, and I just thought I would join her for dinner. I'm sure Dee would be more than happy to have your company, Sulpicia said. With my blush finally, and thankfully quickly, gone, I managed to look back up and was happy that the attention wasn't fully on me. The two leaders kept looking between each other and me. They both kept a firm hold on my hand though, and actually seemed to be a little closer than they were when Didymu had first arrived. I'm sure she would, Athenadora said in a dry voice, obviously not convinced. But I can take a hint. Apparently you think Bella wouldn't be comfortable with the both of us seducing her at once. I think you're wrong, and that it would be fun, but I'll leave as you request, Athenadora said in a blunt manner, and made sure to watch my face go red again. I tried to remove my hands from their grasps, but they apparently had no intentions of letting go just yet. I was actually very proud of myself that I managed to not turn away from them, but I think I did that more out of focus to get my hands free from theirs to end the physical contact than any actually bravery on my part. Thank you Dora, Sulpicia said with a smile. Very well. Goodbye Bella, I'm sure I'll see you again tomorrow, Athenadora said. Clearly not one to be outdone, Athenadora copied Sulpicia's actions and kissed my cheeks, although her lips landed slightly closer to my mouth than Sulpicia's lips did. When Athenadora leaned back, she smirked at the bright red blush I was now sporting. Athenadora left the kitchen after giving my hand a soft squeeze and giving Sulpicia a smirk, probably from how close she had just kissed to my lips. Sulpicia didn't pay her much mind though, and once Athenadora was past us, Sulpicia just led me over to where Gianna was stirring something on the stove. Luckily it seemed Dee, like the other human, didn't pay attention to anything that had just happened. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure she heard everything and probably watched a little as well, but she was at least acting like nothing had happened. Do you need any help Gianna? I asked, hopeful that I could do something that would detach me from Sulpicia. Well, I'm actually almost done. All I need to do now is just mix this all together. If you want though, you can gather the plates and of course get something to drink, Gianna said, thankfully adding something for me to do when she saw my face start to form a pout. Okay, I'll do that, I said, and eagerly pulled my hand away from Sulpicia's. I walked over to the cabinets that held the plates and reached to get them. Luckily I was just tall enough to reach them. Once those were on the counter, I grabbed the appropriate silverware, and last I pulled out a glass and sat in next to the plates on the counter. Before putting the items on the table, we would fill our plates ourselves and then carry it over to the table anyways. I went to the fridge to get a drink. Naturally, the one I wanted was now on the lowest shelf and in the back. At first I didn't realize why it was moved, since Gianna and I were the only ones here who would drink it, and Gianna's drink was on the fridge door shelf, but Sulpicia was quick to clear up my confusion, though not necessarily on purpose. When I found out you normally had the same thing to drink, I had hoped you would be the one to get your drink instead of myself, because right now I believe I have the best view in the whole castle. Sulpicia remarked. I immediately snapped back to a standing position and nearly dropped the container holding my drink in the process. Doing my best to ignore the comment, I continued to pour my drink in my glass, but couldn't help but see Sulpicia from the corner of my eye. She was leaning on the counter in front of the fridge and was staring someplace a little too low for my liking. Even now, I wasn't used to people blatantly staring at me and actually found it rude when the rare person would. With Sulpicia doing the staring, I actually felt special. A part of me actually liked it. I was good looking enough to have Sulpicia look at me like she is, and it actually fed my ego a little. Gianna took this opportunity to talk with me about our days as I finished pouring my drink, and once she was done serving my dinner and then putting away the pitcher back in the fridge, while doing my best to ignore Sulpicia and her small chuckle at my attempt to not give her a show again. Like normal, Gianna and I sat opposite each other and Sulpicia sat right next to me. As soon as there was a lull in mine and Gianna's conversation, Sulpicia spoke up. Since our afternoon was interrupted, Bella, would you like to watch a movie with me? Sulpicia asked as she twirled part of my hair around her finger. Sure, I guess, I answered right away. I couldn't think of anything wrong with watching a movie in the room Sulpicia had showed me. Friends do that all the time, so I shouldn't have any problems with it. Plus it will be nice to relax after eating, and depending on what we watch, it will help get me tired enough to go to sleep afterwards. Wonderful, Sulpicia said cheerfully as she stood up and started to leave the kitchen, instantly making me nervous. I'll have to pick out a movie that I hope we both enjoy. I'll also have to make sure that my room is at a comfortable temperature for you, Sulpicia said, making my eyes grow wide. Wait, I don't want to, I said, trailing off because she was already gone and Heidi was in the place with a smirk. Heidi talking was the only thing that made me ignore Gianna's polite chuckle at what had just happened. She's had that planned all day, by the way. Don't worry about it though. You'll enjoy it. Sulpicia has a bigger TV in her room than the one we have to suffer with, Heidi said as she leaned against the doorway leading out of the kitchen. I'd rather not spend time in her room though, I said with a small pout on my face. And she would rather you be there all day, but hey, everyone has to make sacrifices, Heidi joked, making me blush at what she was insinuating. Don't worry, Bella, none of the mistresses would ever overstep their boundaries and push you past your limits. You don't need to be afraid of them, Gianna said, and surprisingly enough, it actually helped to calm my nerves down a little. The rest of dinner was eaten as slowly as I could, with Gianna and me making small talk and with Heidi making the odd comment here and there. Once we were done eating, both of us humans cleaned up and then we both went our separate ways, Gianna to wherever she needed to be and me following Heidi to where I'm still not really sure I want to go at all. There's just this one part of me that is actually looking forward to going, and for some reason I can't seem to ignore it. In no time I was walking into Sulpicia's room and I instantly fell in love with it. It was exactly how I expected it to be. It looked like a mix of Gothic, Victorian and regal looking furniture, and of course it was huge. The bed was pushed up against the centre of the far wall and the TV was opposite of it against the wall as well. Sulpicia was lying down already, luckily above the covers, remote in hand and a giant smile on her face. Come now, Bella, I promise that I won't bite until you ask, Sulpicia said with an evil smirk, making me blush yet again. Slowly and very much hesitantly, I walked over to her and sat on the bed and leaned against the headboard. Before I could actually make myself comfortable, Sulpicia, using vampire speed and strength, pulled me over to the center with her and had me cuddled into her side with her arm around my waist. My head on her shoulder and her head on mine. Perfect, Sulpicia said as she hit a few buttons on the remote that not only turned off the lights but also started the movie. I really don't remember what movie it was. I know it was a romance. I remember laughing at how the leading guy failed once again at getting the girl. The very last thing I remember though is sliding down a little to be more comfortable. Laying my head on Sulpicia's chest, wrapping my arms around her and falling asleep. I woke up feeling more comfortable than I have in a while. Last night seemed like it was the best rest I have had in a while. I was able to sleep through the night. I still had a nightmare, but as soon as it started to scare me it transitioned into a much more manageable dream that I can no longer seem to remember. I moved to stretch my body and then make my way out of bed, but when I started to straighten my back from its curved position, I instantly became more aware of the position I was in. Directly behind me was a cold, hard body pressed into me. An arm was around my waist holding me to the body behind me. I was pressed so tightly to the vampire behind me that I could actually feel their slightly bent legs behind mine. Their chest against my back and their head buried in my neck. Don't panic, Bella. You seem to be a very affectionate person while you sleep and I was all too happy to oblige. Athenadora said into my ear. I felt a slight shiver run down my spine at her words. I just couldn't tell if it was from fear or something else. I had often woken up with Edward holding me close to him and I had always felt content, happy even about him holding me. I was always sad on the more common days when I woke up and he wasn't holding me. Now it feels different. I don't want to like having Athenadora holding me. I've barely known her a couple days and she's already in bed with me. I had known Edward much longer before we would lie down and cuddle with each other. Even after we had known each other for months and had cuddled dozens of times, Edward was still hesitant about being close with me. Most of the time he felt so stiff next to me and a lot of the time I had to fight asking him if he was okay. I already knew his answer would be that he's fine. With Athenadora, she seems to have no problem laying this close to me and if her nose being practically glued to my neck means anything. She actually seems to like being this close to me and isn't suffering like Edward would. What happened to Sulpicia? I asked, doing my best to not just right away leave her warm embrace. I knew that I shouldn't stay in her arms since it should only be Edward holding me like this, but a part of me that I can't ignore, just loves having her arms around me. I feel so more protected with her than I did with Edward and I actually feel a lot more relaxed as well. I made her leave, Athenadora said like it was no big deal. I felt my face scrunch up in confusion. I had thought Sulpicia was the head leader of the Volturi, kind of like I had thought Ero was before I learned he was just a toy and already dead. How had Athenadora made Sulpicia leave and I didn't hear it? I would have thought that Sulpicia would have made a big deal about having to leave, at least that was the impression I had gotten from what all they've told me. How? I asked. I told her that I would get you to agree to start on remodeling the entertainment room with her, Heidi and Felix if I could switch her spots. Athenadora admitted. They were making deals with each other to spend more time with me. I don't know if I should feel flattered or upset. I hope you don't mind, but you must remember how possessive we can get and there will be a lot of this happening since there are 3 of us fighting for you attention first. She further explained. It wasn't hard for me realize that she said they were fighting for my attention first not just to solely get my attention. It was almost they were treating this as a race instead of trying to simply win someone over. So, it's a race. I mumbled, a little hurt that they would think so lowly of me to think so little of what they are trying to do. I don't want to feel like I'm just a prize for them to win. Of course it's a race. If we could make it happen you would already be in our bed. You are by far the best prize that we will have ever won. Athenadora said, not at all helping with my growing anger at them. Of course, we hope that in turn you find that we are acceptable prizes for you to win, though I promise we won't be that hard to win over. Athenadora explained, giving her an out. I'm still mad about how they perceive me, but in turn, they are allowing me to see them that way as well. Even though she made it clear that she wants me to think of them the same way, I don't like it. You'll have to once again excuse Athenadora. Her views on the world can be a bit outdated. Didymus said as she walked into the room. What are you doing here, Dora? We were happy without you here. Athenadora said as she tightened her hold on me. Well, I'm here for a couple reasons. Didymus said, now standing right in front of me. First, I came here to stop you from saying anything stupid. Bella may forgive in the future for your mouth but I doubt she will right now. Secondly, Bella, would you like to go some breakfast? Didim asked me, directly as I was just starting to think that I was going to be ignored throughout this whole conversation. Edward had a habit of talking about me while I was next to him, but he talked like I wasn't there. I didn't like that. Breakfast sounds nice, I admitted as my hunger made itself known. Luckily my stomach didn't feel like it needed to add to the conversation at all. How about Gianna starts on something now for you and then in about an hour you can go eat? Athenadora asked, almost like she was trying to barter away for me stay in her arms, which honestly is really tempting. You can do that, Bella, or if I remember correctly, you would prefer to cook with Gianna, right? Didim asked, with a smirk on her face. I could practically feel Athenadora trying to hide a pout as she buried her head into my hair. I think I'll help her cook, I answered, wanting to get out of bed and away from Athenadora. I shouldn't be cuddling with her, no matter how nice it feels. But, if it's okay, I'd like to take a shower first and change, I added as I started to get up and pull away from Athenadora. Wonderful, I'll go with you. A shower does sound nice, Athenadora said as she got up with me, one hand planted firmly around my waist. My whole face went red and Didim chuckled at me. I didn't have to see her face to know that Athenadora was smirking at me. Dora, Didim said in a scolding yet amused voice. Fine, but just remember, Bella, showers are always more fun when there's more than one person, Athenadora said to me as she took her arm from around my waist. I'll see you later today. Athenadora kissed my cheek then disappeared from sight, leaving my face a bright red. Well, isn't she lucky now, Didim muttered just loud enough for me to hear. Feel free to use anything you want in Sulpicia's bathroom, she won't mind. In fact, you could even wear her clothes if you so desired to. If you want though, Jane is right outside the door and can escort you to your room to change into clothes of your own. Didim said, I don't have clothes of my own though, so I'm assuming she meant the ones in my room. As if hearing my thoughts, she responded to them. We'll have to take you out shopping though, or at least get you shopping online so that you can have clothes of your own desire and not ones we picked out. Perhaps tomorrow we can go, or tonight I can have Heidi help you shop online, she's must better at that online stuff than the three of us are, Didim admitted. Thank you, I mumbled as I made my way quickly to the bathroom that Didim had opened the door of for me. Of course my dear, I'll see you later I'm sure. Remember, Jane is right outside if you need anything, Didim said, and of course to not be outdone by Athenadora, she kissed both my cheeks and was then gone from my sight. With a bright red face, I quickly made my way into the bathroom to get ready for the day. Wrapped in a towel, I left the bathroom, but not before peering through a crack in the door to try and make sure no one else was in the room. Naturally, with my luck, I could only see a portion of the room. So gathering my courage, I left the room intent on going to Sulpicia's closet to see what she had to wear. At one point while I was in the shower, someone had taken it upon themselves to take my clothes and leave me with nothing but the towel I now had wrapped around me. At least the towel was more than large enough to cover me. When I first noticed that my clothes were taken, I was really mad. They were using their skills as a vampire against and putting me in positions that I really didn't want to be in. I hadn't even let Edward see me this undressed. Granted, Alice had seen me this undressed before because of little dress-up sessions she liked to give me, but that's different. Alice is, my best friend, and she wasn't trying to woo me like 3 other vampires that I know of are. After thinking about a little, I found that I wasn't as mad as I wanted to be, as I should be. For some reason, a reason that I refuse to acknowledge right now, I felt as if they were playing a game with me and I had just trumped them by wearing the towel. A part of me felt that they were simply trying to see how far they could push me. To bend my limits more to accept their offer of a relationship. I wanted to be mad, I really did, but I was also a little amused that they would resort to stealing my clothes but leaving a towel for me. I almost wanted to compare this to a little boy pulling on a girl's pigtails because he liked her. That towel really doesn't do you justice, Sulpicia said from the corner of the room, apparently just walking out of her closet. I was only a couple steps out of the bathroom and immediately froze when I heard her voice. I really didn't think she or anyone aside from me would be in here. Though, this is her room, so I should have expected it. You could take that towel off and look so much better, Sulpicia said as she practically sauntered towards me with a smirk firmly in place on her face. I think I'll just go back to my room and change, I said as I quickly moved to the door that led to the hallway. I was fully confident that there would be no other vampire out there. Except maybe Didym or Athenadora, I was sure not even Jane was there now. I don't know why I was so sure of that, but a big part of me told me that part of their vampire instincts was to not allow anyone aside from them see me this undressed. Of course I wanted to leave as quickly as possible given my state of undress and how okay Sulpicia was with keeping me that, but also of course, I wouldn't be Bella Swan if I was able to make a graceful exit. As I turned to leave, my feet got tangled in each other and I quickly started to fall backwards. I hadn't even managed to turn all the way around. Before I could even get halfway to hitting the floor, Sulpicia had me in her arms holding me bridal style. My arms instantly went around her neck and my whole face went the brightest red I'm sure it's ever been. If you wanted me to hold you, my dear, all you had to do was ask, Sulpicia said as she leaned in closer to me. For a moment, just a very brief moment, I was completely enraptured with her eyes. I felt myself lean just slightly closer into her and for just a moment, I actually thought we were going to kiss. Just as that thought crossed my mind though, I instantly pulled back and looked away from her. I would have also distanced myself from her, but her arms kept me close to her and I refused to remove my arms from around her neck in fear of falling even thou. Knew full well she would never drop me. A part of me though, a very annoying part, didn't want to distance myself from her and actually liked being this close to her, even though I was only in a towel. I need to change, I awkwardly said, still not looking at her. I heard her give a heavy sigh, probably one of disappointment before she talked. Of course my dear, I'll take you there, Sulpicia said, her tone a combination of disappointment and determinedness. I didn't say anything else as she slowly walked me to my room. Well, it was slow for a vampire and even for humans for that matter. Instead of just using her vampire speed to get me there practically instantly, she walked slowly for even a human. I knew the reason she walked this slow was because she wanted to have me in her arms for a little bit longer. Edward had done the same thing. The thing is though, when Edward did it I sometimes got annoyed with it because he would always seem to take his time like that when I actually had something I needed to do and wanted to get done. That's the case now. I need to get dressed and I want to quickly so that I'm not in just a towel for much longer, but I didn't have a problem with Sulpicia taking her time. I'm oddly okay with it. I'll wait out here and then we can go get you some breakfast, Sulpicia said when we finally got to my room and she put me down on my feet. Thanking her for carrying me here, I acknowledged her statement and went to the closet to get dressed. Of course I closed the door. Sulpicia was right where I had left her when I had left to get dressed. I left towel on a shelf in the closet and gave myself a mental note to put it in the appropriate place later. Sulpicia and I walked to the kitchen in mostly silence. I would ask the occasional question about a picture I saw and whether or not she was around in the time and if so where. Because I was just asking general and vague questions, she gave general and vague answers back which made for a brief conversation about the topic because I didn't ask for more information. I was okay with that and I would like to think that she was okay with that as well. It wasn't until we entered the kitchen that I realized that we holding hands the entire way, our fingers interlaced. It wasn't until the three of us, Gianna, Sulpicia and myself had sat down for us humans to eat that I realized that I really didn't mind at all holding her hand, that is. Sulpicia's hand seemed to fit so comfortably in her hand and it felt so natural. I can't not like it. Well, why don't we go start of redecorating the entertainment room? Sulpicia asked with a clap of her hands as Gianna put away the last dish that I had just finished drying with a towel. I still didn't know where everything went, so she put most of everything away. But I still helped when I knew where something went. Okay, I said, slightly nervous of the giant grin Sulpicia had. She seemed entirely too happy about the renovation. The renovation was not what I was expecting. Sulpicia brought me to a large, almost empty room. The only furniture in the room was a chair and a bookshelf that didn't even have anything on it. Sulpicia had explained that this was going to be the new entertainment room. We stayed in the room for barely a couple seconds before she ushered me out of the room and to her own office. All right, from what I've been told, these hold all the new and fun things we could buy. Why don't we go ahead and go through them together to see what would be fun to buy? Sulpicia said as she placed several thick magazines down on the desk in front of me. Sulpicia moved her own chair from behind her desk to next to mine so that we were sitting next to each other. The first magazine I opened had no pictures, but just brief descriptions of what the product was. Feeling slightly confused, I opened the other magazines and noticed they all had the same layout. Normally I wouldn't mind not having any pictures, the description is often read enough for me to be able to figure out if I would like it or not. The problem was, all the magazines were in Italian, I couldn't even pretend to read any of it. Okay, but I can't read any of this, I said as I looked through the last magazine to see if I could make out any of what it said. I must have forgotten to request the magazines in English, I'm sorry. It's no problem though, I could just as easily translate for you, Sulpicia said. The grin she gave me sent shivers down my spine. I knew without a doubt that there was no way Sulpicia could have forgotten to get the magazines in English. I happen to know that all vampires have a perfect memory, so I knew Sulpicia purposefully neglected in getting the English version of these and probably even made sure to get ones without pictures so that I couldn't even just go off the pictures to decide if it was a good item or not. I chose not to mention any of that to her though, even as she moved her chair to angle mine and moved herself so close to me that her knees brushed my leg and her arm now hung around my shoulders as she leaned into me to look at the magazine. I still chose not to say anything. I knew that she didn't need to invade my own personal bubble to be able to see the magazine better, because I knew she could adjust fine from her own seat. Instead of asking her to move away from me or to even just try to move away from her myself, I let her get close to me. I couldn't help but want to have her closer to me, to take in her non-existent warmth. Her body may be cold, but having her arm around me with her fingers gently rubbing random shapes on my warm, it still sent warmth through my body. I liked having her scent right next to, practically drowning me in it. I loved her scent. I even allowed her to put her head on my shoulder as she translated the words to me, her accent a lot thicker than what it normally was, and I knew she was doing that on purpose also, but I didn't mind. It wasn't until Didim walked in to announce lunch was ready that I realized that I hadn't actually heard a thing Sulpicia had said because I was too lost in what I was feeling with her this close to me and whispering in my ear. She wasn't saying anything remotely romantic, but just listening to her voice and feeling her unneeded breath on my ear was enough to distract me. Not to mention feeling her body slowly become more and more pressed into mine was a very nice and distracting feeling. "Lunch is ready if you're hungry, my love," Didim said from the doorway. If it had been Edward in Sulpicia's spot, I knew without a doubt that I would have jumped away and my face would have been bright red from being caught in such an intimate position with him. With Sulpicia though, I didn't want to. I didn't feel the need to jump away like I was doing something I shouldn't have been. Since I could stop the jump away reflex, maybe I could eventually stop the blush reflex. Something tells that while I'm human I will never be able to avoid blushing. Especially around these girls. "Yeah, sure, thank you," I said, barely able to keep eye contact while I was blushing and still had Sulpicia pressed into me. Apparently she didn't feel the need to move away either, which didn't come as shock to me. Yes I am, thank you," I said as I moved to stand up. Sulpicia moved with me, keeping her body close to mine and moved her hand to wrap around my waist. Sulpicia kept glued to me until we reached the door, at which point she had to let go in order for us to leave. Didim had moved outside to let us pass and seemed to be waiting for me to walk through the door because as soon as I had and before Sulpicia could reclaim her spot, she had attached herself to me. "Did you get a lot of planning done?" Didim asked as she guided me towards where I would be eating. "Someone was a little distracted to get too much done, but we have enough to get started with as far as ordering some things are concerned. I'm sure in the next couple weeks or so we'll actually start really planning," Sulpicia said as she walked on my other side. From the corner of my eye I could see a small pout forming on her face as she practically glared at Didim's arm. I didn't remember agreeing to anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if when something had caught my eye, I made some sort of noise that showed I agreed with it or liked it. I'm not really you're what I had done to show I liked something, but apparently I did something if Sulpicia was able to get enough info to start this project. I wasn't distracted. I weakly defended, or lied, whichever definition was fine with me. Of course dear, because looking at me the whole time helped you pick out different furnishings. Sulpicia asked, and even though I didn't look, I'm sure there was a smirk on her face. Don't act like you didn't like the attention, CIA. I'm sure both Dora and myself will hear later all about how much our dear Bella loved to stare longingly at you for hours on end. Didim said, coming to my rescue. Before Sulpicia could defend herself, Didim leaned in closer to me and whispered in my ear conspiratorially, even though Sulpicia could very easily hear her. CIA has a bad habit of exaggerating things. She's a bit of an attention whore. I didn't mean to, but I couldn't help but laugh a little at what Didim had said. Not only did I not expect to hear Didim cuss, ever, but also just what she said was funny. I could easily see Sulpicia being that way. I could definitely see her doing all she could to get attention and then pouting when she doesn't get it. Sulpicia's need for attention aside, I was actually a little impressed with myself that I managed to not blush from how close Didim's lips were to my ear. Perhaps these women will be able to help me stop blushing all the time. I'll just have to ignore the fact that they would be able to do that by teasing me all the time. You're just jealous, Sulpicia retorted, and there's that amazing quick wit you always go on about. Didim remarked as we turned into the small dining room where Gianna was already sitting with both our lunches. Thank you Gianna for making lunch, you didn't have to. I said quickly, hoping to stop Didim's and Sulpicia's little argument, even though I'm sure it wouldn't have escalated, at least too much. Sulpicia didn't follow us into the dining room, but instead wished me a good lunch and continued on her way. Didim led me to the table to sit across from Gianna, and the two of us ate, and in between bites, all three of us talked. Gianna talked about some places that she liked to see in Italy that not many tourists saw, and Didim commented about the history behind the place and had even said that she would look into getting me to see all those places. Just as we finishing up eating, Didim's head snapped up and she stared intently at a wall. If it wasn't for my time with the Cullens, I wouldn't have recognized that she was listening to a conversation that was taking place in that general direction. Bella, something important has come up and I'm afraid that I'll have to leave now and leave you with Heidi's company. Didim said, not turning her head away from the wall. Okay, I said, and before I could ask or say anything else, Didim was gone and Heidi was walking in. Do you know what's happening? I asked out of curiosity. I knew that it wasn't really my place to ask ABO. Why one of the queens had to leave me so unexpectedly, but I can't help my curiosity, cat be damned. I do, but it's not my place to say anything. We all tend to talk very fast when we don't have humans around. So I'm sure within an hour they'll call for you. If you don't mind though, I think a trip to the library would be amazing. You don't mind cleaning up here, do you, Gianna? Heidi asked as she was helping me to feet. By just the tone she was using and the fact that she was already starting to lead me out the door, going to the library wasn't really so much as a suggestion as it was an order. Of course not, Gianna said with a smile, seemingly not confused about what was happening. I suppose living with the vampire rulers, she's used to people quickly leaving and coming. Something about this whole thing just doesn't feel right to me though. I feel like something big is happening and it makes me a little scared. I know that I'm basically in the safest place in the world right now with all these vampires protecting me. But I guess it was the urgency in which Didim left that makes me nervous. She seemed to be more of the type of person to not get nervous or upset, or at least show it, ever. Just now she seemed both and I didn't like it. I figured we could just relax and read for a while, is that okay? Heidi said as she kept leading me towards the library. The route she was taking though, was one that I wasn't even remotely used to. I wonder if she took this route on purpose, perhaps to get to the library sooner or maybe even for another reason that I'm not aware of. Heidi kept her hand on my lower back as a way to guide me through a new part of the castle. Having her hand there compared to any of the queens gave me a different feeling. Heidi's hand on my lower back felt like when Charlie would occasionally. As just a way to lead me, to keep me close. I felt that she had her hand there strictly as a way to lead me, not to be close like the three queens. Yeah, that's fine. Everything is okay though, right? I asked hesitantly as we went down another hallway that I hadn't seen before. They're fine, just dealing with a situation. When they see you next, they'll fill you in on what's happening. Are they actually going to tell me what happened or just make up something to tell me? That was something the Cullens, in particular Edward, had always done. I knew that He did that just to protect me, and I'm glad he did that. The protecting part at least, not the keeping things from him. I had never thought it was a problem because things had always worked out in the end. I had thought they went over this. Heidi mumbled. If I hadn't known that she could have easily talked in a volume that I couldn't hear, I would have thought she had said that on accident. They would never lie to you, Bella. You're their mate. They would never dream of lying or keeping something from you. They had in fact told me that, several times in fact. I just can't help but doubt it. Edward had told me the same thing after all. A part of me wanted to believe them without a doubt, I really wanted to. Experience though, told me not to. I guess I just don't really expect them to. I admitted, I may not have known Heidi for that long, but I couldn't help but see as a friend already. I didn't see her like Jake and definitely not Alice, but I could easily see her as a friend. I could act. I see her being as close as Jake and Alice, but I didn't want that to happen because, well, I didn't think I would be here that long, at least longer than I had to. That option, the option of staying longer, was starting to not look so bad though. They'll earn your trust. I have no doubt about that, Heidi said as we turned down another hall. The rest of the long walk to the library was done in silence, and by the time we got there, my legs had started burning. I hadn't realized it, but Heidi had us walk at a fast pace. Normally all the vampires I've been led by had done a really good job at keeping the pace slow enough to where it was just a leisure walk for me, but now Heidi definitely wanted to get me to the library. I picked a book. I didn't know which one it was because I knew with what was happening, even though I didn't actually know what was happening, was going to keep me distracted. As I started reading, or just looking at the pages, the idea of one of the Cullens being here crossed my mind. I knew that only Alice or Edward would have actually come here to visit, possibly Esme, but more than likely just Alice or Edward. If it was one of them visiting though, wouldn't they brought me with her to meet them? Wouldn't they have also told one of the Volturi that they were coming to visit me? I would think so. Luckily before I could start thinking about why Edward or Alice would come to visit without telling anyone, in particular me, Heidi put her book down and stood up. They're asking that you join them in the office, so since I know you didn't actually read anything, go ahead and just put the book down. Someone will put it up later and follow me, Heidi said, a sense of urgency in her voice. Not hesitating to do what she said, I put the book down and she NCE again put her hand on the small of my back and led towards where the three queens were. Her pace was just as fast as last time and I was just barely able to keep up. If it wasn't for the act that I really wanted to know what was going on, I would have asked Heidi to slow down, but that was so not the case right now. Heidi is acting weird and I wanted to know why. In minutes we were walking into the office where the three queens were in fact waiting for me. Well, I walked in, Heidi closed the door behind me and I didn't know where she went from there. The moment I walked in, all moved closer to me and seemed to be looking me over for something. It was Didim though that broke the silence as she pulled me into a hug. I'm sorry my dear for the abnormal behavior. We have just received some disturbing news and I'm afraid it's affecting our instincts a bit. It doesn't help that we're also so newly mated, Sulpicia added. It's a nuisance, Athenadora muttered. Yme led me over to a larger chair that wasn't in here last time I was here and together we sat in it. It was a tight fit, but something told me that Didim needed to be this close to me and I bet so did the other two. But they settled for sitting in two chairs across from me. We have vampires stationed all over the world to keep an eye on things and to report to us anything abnormal, Sulpicia started, apparently starting to explain without me having to ask. Didim cuddled further into me and I found it really hard to not cuddle into her. I found myself just sitting in the corner, not really trying to put distance between us, but also not trying to get rid of the distance like Didim seemed to be trying to do. This helps us in case a vampire decides to get a little over their heads by break Laws, but the local news agencies here don't report it. With the scouts, I suppose you could say, see or hear something in their area, they report it immediately. We just had a phone call that was very disturbing. Athenadora explained. We had known, thanks to young Edward, that you had been attacked not too long ago and the Cullens had dispatched of the problem. What disappoints me is that no one seemed to think that his mate would avenge him. Sulpicius said, the last part coming out very harsh. She obviously didn't like that the Cullens didn't kill Victoria. Now though, she's seeking revenge but doesn't know you're here. She's building an army in Seattle, to apparently use to find and kill you. Athenadora hissed. Instantly my heart sped up. I knew that vampires were bad, but an army of them would be even worse. If she's looking for me, surely her hunt will lead her to Charlie and the pack. They could be hurt, or even more likely killed. I can't let that happen. She can't get away with that. Charlie is there. She can't hurt him. I said, panic showing through my voice. It must have been the panic in my voice, but Didim started to purr and it helped to calm me down. I wasn't entirely calm. But hearing her purr did help, as odd as that was. Don't worry, we won't let the army get out of hand. Didim whispered in my ear. Because of how new our bond is, and how severe this threat is. Our instincts are screaming at us to be near you, protect you and to kill the threat. As you can guess, this presents several problems. Sulpicius said, I will now allow anyone but the three of us to kill the rogue. There is no other option. Athenadora said angrily, we also cannot allow you to be far from us for too long while there is direct danger out there to you, no matter that we're in a different country. It's only a matter of time before she figures that out because I'm sure the Cullens will give her a good trail to follow to us. Sulpicius said, the Cullens will help clean up this mess that they created. I will not put our guard at risk because they didn't finish something that they knew better about, especially Carlyle and that Jasper he has. Athenadora added, the Cullens will go back to Forks, where the problem originated, and we, with a few select guard members, will go as well to make sure that not only the job is done properly this time but also to kill Victoria. Sulpicius said, we want to ask if this okay with you because you will be going on this trip with us and then return here with us. Didim clarified. My mind was reeling. They were offering me a chance to see my family again. They were giving me the opportunity to see Edward, even though honestly, that option didn't as amazing as it would have a day or so ago. I was touched that they wanted to take care of this problem personally to make sure it was done right. I had thought the Cullens had done a good job, but thinking back about it, leaving Victoria out there after they killed her mate was a bad idea. They should have known, since they are all mated, what a vampire would do if you killed their mate. Even though Edward was the one that killed James, I'm the weak and easy target, clearly she would go after me. I want to go, I said as I stared off to the side, just thinking about what this all would mean. For some reason I had stuck in my mind that it would take longer than what it did for us to actually leave. I had thought that there would be a lot of things that the queens would need to do to get everything ready for them to leave. At least, I would have thought that since they literally have a kingdom-type place here with vampires coming to them for lots of different reasons, I had thought they would have a lot to do to prepare for them to leave their castle for an unknown amount of time. I was wrong. Apparently I was the one that slowed us down from leaving to Forks right away. There were a couple of things that made me end up causing us to delay our leaving. First was sleeping and eating. Both of those I could have done on the plane, but the queens thought it would have been better to leave in the morning when I was wide awake, and even though they apparently had their own plane. Arrangements still had to be made to be allowed to fly, take off and land at the different airports. So at least that one isn't on me but the different laws that the queens were loath to follow but had to. They also wanted to explain some things to me. I ended up having dinner in the office while the queens talked and vented. There were a lot of threats to Victoria. There were some threats made to the Cullens for not killing Victoria that were quickly taken back when they saw I didn't want them doing that. Overall I learned that apparently with such a big threat being directed at me, their instincts were screaming at them to hide me away and protect me. They also wanted to destroy the threat themselves, to prove their ability to protect me, not that I doubted they could, but whatever. So with them wanting to keep me safe and them wanting to get rid of the threat themselves, the only logical thing to do would be to take me with them to kill Victoria and her army. I didn't think that was the only option. I pointed out that I could stay here, even though I really wanted to see my family again, or only one or two of them could go, take some guard members with them and kill Victoria. Apparently those ideas were absolutely horrible. Athenadora went on a 10-minute rant about how leaving me alone without them there to protect while being threatened is just stupid. She also ranted for another 10 minutes about how all three of them had to kill the threat because they each wanted to kill the bitch. It was all very amusing to me to watch Sulpicia pace around the office while she rattled off different plans on how to kill Victoria. The whole time she did that, Athenadora would point out flaws to her plans, which prompted Sulpicia to change to a new plan that the two would discuss until Sulpicia went a little crazy with her plots and Athenadora pointed out flaws again. Didim just sat quietly next to me the whole time, apparently very content to just next me and watch the other two. It wasn't until after dinner that I broke Sulpicia's plotting and Athenadora's fun ruining, as Sulpicia had come to start calling Athenadora's remarks, with a question that I should have asked sooner. Can I call my dad? All three looked at me and I felt prompted to add to my question. Since I'm going back to Forks, I want to see him. I'm pretty sure since I'll be there, I'll just be staying at his place. There was no doubt in my mind that since I would be back, I would be staying with Charlie again, even if just for the few days we would be there, instead of at the Cullens. How could I return to Forks, after having been forced to stay here, and not see Charlie? I still considered his house to be my home and I knew that he wouldn't have changed my room at all, he didn't from when I was a kid. I'm sure he would really want to talk to me in person about how this was all such a bad idea, leaving in the middle of the school year for some internship in Italy. I see. Old probably even get one of the queens to act like my boss and that I took them with me so that they could see America. It's not the best excuse, but I'm sure with their vampire influence, Charlie would believe it. There's room for all us at your father's? Sulpicia asked first, sounding very skeptical. Well, no, just for me, but I can't go home to Forks and not stay in my home. I argued back. You could stay with us. Sulpicia answered like I had just asked a stupid question. I want to stay with my dad. I said assertively. I almost said that I didn't want to stay with them, but I couldn't because say I could see myself not really being bothered if I had to stay with them. I would definitely prefer to stay with Charlie, but if I had to stay with them, I could live with that. I bet they would be staying with the Cullens though. I'm not sure how I would feel about doing that. That's fine, Bella. Of course you can call your dad and make sure you can stay there with him. You do realize though that with Victoria after you, arrangements will have to be made when we get there to keep you safe, right? Didim asked with a smile. Well, yeah, I answered, trying to figure out what she was planning. Chances are, we'll just stay in your room at night and during the day we'll just pick you up for breakfast or something. Once we've seen the area and the house, we'll make more concrete plans. Athenadora added. Here, call him, but I hope you don't mind us staying here, Sulpicia said as she handed me the cordless phone from the desk. I nodded my head that I didn't mind and dialed the one I would always know by heart. Luckily we were late enough that Charlie should just be having lunch now, hopefully he opted to have lunch at home. Hello, Charlie answered in his gruff voice. Hi Charlie, I answered right away, all too happy to hear his voice again. I knew I had just talked to him not too long ago, but when there's an entire ocean separating us and I couldn't hear his voice every day like I had gotten used to, it makes it a lot nicer to hear it. Bella, how are you doing, kid? Charlie asked, easily showing his awkwardness over the phone, causing Didim and Sulpicia to chuckle a little. I missed our awkward conversations. I'm good, Charlie, I have good news though, I said, getting straight to the point. Neither of us was really any good at small talk. What kind of news? Charlie asked, probably afraid of what it could be. After all I've done to him with abruptly leaving to Italy and then randomly deciding to stay when I've never expressed any interest in visiting here before, I could understand how he would probably be afraid of what I would have to say. It's good, Charlie. I'm going to visit, and I'm bringing friends with me since they've never been to the US. I said, this way if he sees anyone of the Volturi with me, since he would right away tell they were new to Forks, he wouldn't think anything of it. That's great, Bella. Remember your room is here if you want it, Charlie said, but then paused as he thought over what to say next. Seems kind of soon to be visiting, not that I mind of course, but with a job, well, I would have thought you would need to stay there for a bit," Charlie said, trailing off at the end to the point I could barely hear him. "Oh yeah, they were already planning on visiting, and since I've lived there my whole life, they decided to take me with them," I weakly lied. Hopefully Charlie would pass my hesitancy off as just awkwardness at talking on the phone. It wouldn't be the first time I've talked like this to him. The rest of the conversation was nice and short, and of course just as awkward. I told him that I would definitely be staying in my room while I was there. I didn't know how long I would be visiting or what my plans were for when I was visiting since I was with my work. He briefly mentioned Jake and Billy, saying that Jake missed me and would want to see me when I visited. I hadn't thought about the pack. That brings in a whole lot of other problems. The pack wouldn't allow the Volturi to be in Forks since they hunted humans. They would attack and kill the Volturi. After getting that news, I ended the call pretty quickly, and tried to come up with a way to explain this to the queens without them wanting to kill the pack. I couldn't live with myself if I ended up causing the pack to get killed. "What's wrong?" Didim asked as soon as I hung up the phone. The other two queens were instantly in their seats, opposite of mine, and seemed to itching to get closer to me. I guess I wouldn't be able to procrastinate telling them at all. It wouldn't be fair if I did that anyways. They deserve to know about the pack that will more than likely attack them as soon as they could. Plus, this would also give me time to make sure they wouldn't hurt the pack. "Well, I just remember something that I should tell you," I said, still buying time to figure out what exactly I'm going to say. "Does it have anything to do with that Jacob and Billy your father mentioned?" Athenadora asked a bit angrily, letting me know instantly that she was jealous of those two, even though she knew nothing about them. "Yes," I answered, causing the three to growl. Athenadora louder than the other two. "Before I tell you more, you have to promise me you won't hurt anyone from the Forks area." "We can't promise that," Sulpicia said, sounding upset about where this was going. "We would hurt anyone to protect you, Bella," Didim added. "No one there has ever hurt me, they've protected me. Jake and his friends actually protected me from a vampire. If it wasn't for them," I said, not bothering to finish the sentence. "How were they able to protect you from a vampire, Isabella?" Athenadora asked, sounding very mad, so mad in fact that I didn't even want to correct her using my full name. "Well, this is part where I want to make sure you won't hurt them. Jake is my best friend. I would never forgive you if you hurt him," I said, make sure to look them all in the eye so they could see how important this is to me. "We promise, Bella, that as long as no one hurts you, we will not hurt anyone in the Forks area," Sulpicia finally said after a few seconds of silence. "They're shapeshifters. They turn into giant wolves," I finally said, waiting for the worst. Athenadora still looked just as made. Sulpicia and Didim's face hardened. "This is very important for us to know, Bella. When do they change into a wolf?" Didim asked, her voice sounding very tense. "Whenever they want to or whenever they get really mad," I answered right hesitantly, afraid that I was giving the wrong answer. Athenadora shook her head and chuckled a little. Sulpicia smiled and leaned back into her chair while Didim also relaxed and chuckled. She also put her hand on my shoulder. "Then, we can definitely keep that promise with no problem. We were considered they were children of the moon, in which case we would have had a big problem on our hands. But since they are in fact shifters, as long as your friends do not attack us, we will do the same," Didim said as she rubbed my shoulder. "Thank you," I said right before I yawned. "Why don't you go to bed? We'll get everything ready to leave tomorrow morning as soon as you've had breakfast," Sulpicia suggested, to which I instantly agreed. I was really tired. "If you wouldn't mind, we would like to stay in your room as well, as we prepare," Didim asked. I'm sure that they wanted to stay in my room with me because of the whole instincts going wild thing, and that they just wanted to keep me close to make sure I was safe. Or something like that at least. I wouldn't mind that at all. I actually like having them close to me as well, not that I would admit that out loud. Sure. We all made our way to my room and I instantly started getting ready for bed. Doing everything I needed in the bathroom, of course, because there was no way I was changing in front of them. No matter how often Sulpicia said it was okay to. The three made themselves comfortable. Not that they ever wouldn't be, since they are vampires, on my bed when I was in the bathroom and I was too tired to care. So, without thinking much about it, I just crawled over at Henadora to lie in between her and Didim and fell asleep that way. That was perhaps the fastest I had ever fallen asleep, but lying next to them was insanely comfortable and I was tired after all the tea had been unloaded on me and from just knowing that tomorrow I would be flying towards a vampire that was building an army to kill me. Part 1 ends here.